Um, Hello, everyone. Give me 1 second to plug this on all my socials and whatnot. But welcome to the stream. My name is Adi, and I'm joined by Enosh. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's really nice for Pokemon to be a thing again.
Yeah, yeah. And so what we're gonna do today, because we are Americans who live in God's time zone,
hmm
we're unable to watch EUIC, or at least most of it. And so instead, we are going to be uh, doing a rewatch and analyzing the games, and hopefully uh, getting some cool ideas for indie regionals because I have no idea what I'm going to run.
Neither do I. And the teams that have been doing well so far have been really boring, and that's really tough because it's hard to play 20 games at high quality while not enjoying the team. Uh,
Okay, let me tag you on Twitter. Yeah, and
It started at
Enosh.
3 a.m., right?
Yeah, it
Like,
started at 3 a.m. Eastern.
that's insane. Uh,
Um, all right, tweet tweeted it out, pulling it up so I can check your comments out, and then we should be good to start.
I'm retweeting it, and I will be joining the
Yeah.
chat so I can keep track of any chat.
All right, all right. I've got everything pulled up, so we are good. Hello everyone. Thank you for coming by. Really appreciate it. I hope that everything. Oh, that was not supposed to happen. I'm also just trying to pull out all the chats so I can see them while I'm talking. Professional streamer. That's not true. I'm not professional at all. All right, all right. Everything should be good. We might be joined by some other people too. If anyone else wants to join, in our little Discord server. But yeah, let's just hop into it. So the other reason I like this is because I think Pokemon is kind of boring to watch, and I prefer to watch it at higher speed. So we're gonna be watching it at 1.5x speed. And my
Yes.
other big problem with Pokemon events is there's just so much downtime in between matches. It's just the worst, and they need to figure out something to do that to like fix that because otherwise it's just there's no continuity and it really kind of ruins the experience in my opinion.
Like they've tried to do backup streams, like second streams to go into, but then like you hop into it in the middle of the game, and that's also very jarring. It's also very difficult to just talk about it because you go from in one interview, you talked about the game, and it's kind of tough to fill that in
Mm-hmm.
unless you have just like more samples and new discussion.
Right.
But people also don't really enjoy kind of having their things revealed or touched upon during a tournament for very obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, so my take is, and they also like done interviews, but the interviews are very superficial. Like no one wants to reveal any information, like you said. And so it's just like, how did you feel about that game? And everyone's like, yeah, I won. I feel great. Uh, my take is that we need like an inside the NBA style desk. It doesn't even have to be at the tournament. It can be remote. Just like analyzing games, breaking stuff down. Have a screen where they can like go through games like what we're gonna do, where we're pausing, rewinding, talking about hype plays, stuff like that. Uh,
Yeah.
because like I do not envy the job of commentators. They have a really tough job where they have to like try to analyze the games in real time while also like articulating it. It's hard enough just to like think through while you're playing, much less articulate those thoughts to thousands of people. So having a desk that can do that sort of analysis while they're watching the game and also like have some time to go back on it, I think is a would be really cool and would add a lot to
Yeah.
streams.
I think they need to like honestly having clips is great. And if there was someone that was taking those clips from the stream and then they could just kind of show it again with that separate commentator or commentary group kind of going over it a little bit. But the thing is that everything kind of blends in a Pokemon game, like from start to finish, that it's hard to just singularly focus on it unless you can do what we're doing, going at 1.5, 2 times speed, skipping around.
Mm-hmm. And
Because,
so TBCI, if you want a Charles Barkley on your inside the NBA, you know who to reach out to. You know what's up.
yeah,
Uh, so
like, I'd love that. It's just, I understand the difficulty in implementing that. Also,
Yeah.
the desk looks sick.
Hmm.
That table, it's a Pokeball. They have the switch on like a little Pokeball thing. It's so I love it.
Hmm. Yeah, it's great. They had a very similar setup at Salt Lake City, and I was very sad that I didn't get to go on stream. But it looks really cool. Joe said that it's like it almost feels like a steering wheel when you're playing the little Pokeball circle. So
Yo, are you saying that we're going to be doing VGC Mario Kart next? That's my pitch. Go into instead of making it Mario Kart, make it Pokemon Kart. Oh man, I'd be all down.
oh yeah,
We have Mario Party. We have now make Pokemon Party and Pokemon Kart. Let's go. Oh, their teams are up.
yeah. So I was awake at 3 a.m. when they when the pairings got announced. So I did hear about this game being on stream. I didn't get to watch it, but this is about as hype a matchup as you can get. Aaron, of course, getting second to Salt Lake City. Pado being the, I believe, defending European champion. So really, really hype matchup. Two really cool teams as well. Pado is using the Groudon Solgaleo team with a Suicune that I know has been popping up on ladder, so I assume it was him on ladder. Aaron using a Caloric Shadowization team, which is a little more standard. What are your initial thoughts?
Uh, Honestly, the Suicune Solgaleo team looks very interesting. I want to know more of how it's going to play. Venusaur has become super threatening over the past like 2 weeks. I feel as if people have just been trying to fit that onto like every archetype. Like I've even seen Venusaur Charizard come up, so it's kind of been kind of a game changer for the Groudon archetype and giving it more room outside of Groudonization.
That's
Aaron's team kind of. I've tried to do Zacian Caloric Shadow and I've not been able to really enjoy playing it that much. It's kind of felt stuck.
Yeah, I had a poll in my on my channel where I was like, "What do you think is going to win?" And I've done that before the two regionals and this internets. And for the first time, people didn't say rain; they actually said sun, unsurprisingly. But second place was Caloric Shadowization. So I think people really expect that to do well. It did win VR. I'm not too surprised at that. It's been all over high ladder. I think that it feels worse than it feels overrepresented on high ladder. I guess I feel like it's not actually that good. I feel like it is the solid third best team, but
Yeah,
I don't. I think that people are using it more than it deserves usage. But at the same time, obviously, it is very good. I know that the Italian contingent, or at least Sitchit and his team building group, felt like it had a really good matchup into Rinyasan, which of course was on everyone's mind going into this tournament. And so I'm not surprised that people are bringing it. And I know a bunch of other people brought it and did quite well with it. Although I don't, I guess, want to talk too much about what's happening in day two because I do want to watch along. I didn't get to see the matches themselves, just the standings.
I didn't like. I've tried the Blastoise, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Regieleki type of stuff with Caloric Shadowization. It looks super cool. Like, oh man, I'll be able to control the game, but it just never felt like I quite had enough damage, and it felt like it was so much about positioning, and the opponent always like I had to be so careful around a max airstream. I had to be so careful about their speed control, and I really appreciate Aaron's Whimsicott to try to counteract that a little bit, so you keep having that speed advantage. But
Yeah.
I ran into like it was so weird. You run into like the Calyrex Ice Palkia team, which like I don't feel is a good team for the most part, but you can't do anything when you're this Zacian Calyrex Shadow team.
And it wouldn't be a Pokemon regional without some connection issues of some sort. I thought that I didn't realize the match wouldn't start for so long. Um,
I like
so
to zoom into the Switch with the controller for a little bit. I thought that was completely why, but that was kind of fun. Oh, now we go into Kyogre.
okay, come on. When does this thing actually start? This is the game, so it's not too
No,
much longer.
neither one of them had Kyogre.
No, I think this is the game. It's about to start. So actually, going back to Venusaur, 'cause that's an important point. Venusaur, if I was about to do a video that was like things to watch at EUIC, but just like didn't have time and didn't think it would age very well, and so, but Venusaur was at the top of my list because Venusaur was. I'm going to pause it real quick so I can finish this topic of conversation. Venusaur was really high in the like differential in usage on high ladder versus low ladder, so it was underrepresented overall. It had a really high win rate in NPA, and a lot of Groudon teams that didn't have Zacian were running Venusaur over Charizard, and doing quite well with it. Like the Lunadon team that cut Liverpool and the Evildon team that cut Liverpool. So I think that Venusaur is at the top of my list of Pokemon that I think we're going to be overrepresented going into this, especially as people maybe dropped away from Lumberry Charizard in favor of Chardy for the mirror, or Life Orb like Joe Rand for a little more damage output. So Venusaur, I think maybe the Pokemon to look out for in this tournament, and we don't see it on screen. We said we see Solgaleo and Thundurus versus Calyrex, Shadow, and Zacian. So my first assumption here is that it's Brutal Swing Thundurus, of course, Weakness Pulse Solgaleo. But Pado has to be wary of potential Will-O-Wisp out of Aaron's Calyrex Shadow. That will really neuter the Solgaleo potentially.
Between Thundurus and Tornadus, do you kind of have any thoughts, opinions between the two? Because one could, like, if it's Thundurus, the main justification would be you're probably able to run Defiant.
Well, you can run either, realistically, on this team, right? You already
True.
have two Dynamaxes on this team. I don't think you want to max with Thundurus, so I would actually run Prankster on this team.
But at that point, if you're running Prankster, then why not run a Tornadus?
Because of Eerie Impulse, mostly, honestly. It's a Thunder Wave
That's a
coming
really
out.
good point. Yep.
Wait, that was Eerie Impulse? Yeah, okay.
That was Eerie Impulse. That was kind of really cool.
Right, because Solgaleo, like, yes, it can click Max Quake. It honestly, like, it clicks Max Quake quite often. I think he wants to click Max Steel Spike as much as possible in general, just because it's the strongest move it can click. And so, by having Eerie Impulse next to it, you are not only threatening Brutal Swing, but you are also, like, giving it the opportunity to click Max Steel Spike much more safely, especially into, like, the Max Kyogres that I think are pretty common into, what I would imagine are pretty common into a Solgaleo Groudon team. That's what I'd be trying to do if I was running a Kyogre team.
Got it. Like, because that slot is Torn, Thundurus, or Grimmsnarl, right?
Uh,
Well, technically, it could be those. I'm just talking about, like, Prankster Pokemon that can side proc Weakness Policy.
I mean, Grimmsnarl does similar stuff. Grimmsnarl goes to click Light Screen, which is slightly different, but very similar at the same time in terms of mitigating damage. And Sucker Punch is a little worse because it doesn't break Sash, right? But it also has more utility, I think, against opposing Calyrex, which I definitely like. This team has one Dark Resist. Or one Ghost Resist. I could definitely see Calyrex being a problem, although wasn't a problem for Pado early on.
The what's it called? Breaking? No, it's Brutal Swing. There was kind of interesting. Also, the Thundurus being 155 HP is really what's catching my eye. I'm kind of trying to figure out, why? How am I missing something there?
What is the normal HP?
Because that just means it's like max speed and probably like some offensive investment on this Thundurus.
It also just could be, there could be a calc where you want a ton of defense or speed up investment. I don't know the Thunderous calcs off the top of my head.
It's technically more efficient for one of those stats, but it's just weird.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it means you're fast, but I don't know.
One thing that is interesting is that the Calyrex did not click Will-O-Wisp, and I think if you don't click Will-O-Wisp in that situation, you don't have it.
Yeah.
So that's something that Pado can definitely take advantage of, because this matchup becomes a lot harder when you can't neuter the Solgaleo and try to deal with it in the late game.
A Beyblade knocks
Also
out the Thundurus.
interesting that he brought Eleki, because you wouldn't normally bring Eleki into a Groudon Venusaur team unless you are really weak to, like, Suicune.
So the real thing that stands out to me is Aaron went Calyrex, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't a Calyrex try to figure out an angle to max the Calyrex, because it's really hard to get the damage into Solgaleo if you don't max Calyrex here.
Right.
Now you need to attack with Regieleki twice, but that doesn't seem like this seems very difficult.
Well, what did the Eleki click? Did it click Lightning?
It clicked Max Guard. There is no Lightning up yet. Yeah. It avoided the Eerie Impulse to get the KO on Thundurus. Which, fair. Yeah. like not going to -2 is definitely worth it. Just it's not an easy situation to be in because you have a Groudon then, and you have a Regieleki.
And the Solgaleo got 3 Speed Death Boost, so it is going to live this lightning, yeah.
It has to.
Oh, that's cool. I guess that makes sense, right? Like, this team doesn't actually go that fast, and you have Trick Room and Tailwind, which is really valuable, but I guess that means no Protect. Fair, yeah, I like it.
Mac. So there's a Groudon under Trick Room. Well, the Rillaboom is really what's going to come up. I think it's a tactization now and switch it Groudon in on Incineroar. I didn't like the parting shot there. For that reason.
Well, it is Shaka, so I guess it just gets to take this, and I think this probably KO'zation too. Yeah, so it kind of makes sense, but Sunsteel would have also KO'zation, I think. Maybe not. Flare Blitz certainly would have, right? And then
yeah, I think that preserving the Solgaleo instead of getting that follow-up Incineroar in, like, Regieleki isn't doing anything at that point. I think that this might be an out for Aaron, but I'm also not sure. It's still definitely favorable for
Pato, yeah.
Flavio.
Aaron is in such a bad position right here, regardless of what happens. But my thought is that you really wanted... Like, the Zacian was not the threat at this point because you presumably have a Groudon in back, and the Elky certainly isn't the threat. So it kind of makes sense that you want to get... I think preserving the Incineroar had to be the priority there, because then the only way you lose is, like, the Rillaboom goes insane. Yeah, I think so. I guess he could have brought Incineroar as well, but I don't know.
It was Incineroar or Regieleki into Groudon. That's game.
Right. And I mean, Pato had a lot of different lines there. It's not a huge deal either way.
The Trick Room is very cool.
I like the Trick Room a lot.
Yeah, Solgaleo almost always maxes. But making no Protect on Solgaleo kind of forces the max, which makes it a bit weird for going Venusaur max options. Like, I would feel a bit uncomfortable going Venusaur max. Not that it's a bad thing, so to speak, just the lines and Pokemon I bring. I still want the Solgaleo, but I would feel more...
I sort of disagree. I think that Venusaur doesn't have to max in this format. At all. It's probably Sash, and you are probably clicking Sleep Powder a lot, is kind of what Venusaur does. I know that Ijdok's team that cut Liverpool was Protect Sleep Powder, and just, like, didn't max that often.
Fair. Yeah, that's super fair. But if you don't bring you don't bring into Venusaur into teams that have real speed control, I guess. So you can't. You're not going to go Venusaur into this team, into Whimsicott. If it was a Blastoise over Whimsicott,
you can. You have Sash, right? If they click Tailwind and try to attack you, you just click Sleep Powder and you're fine. 75% of the time.
It's more that it's a Whimsicott and Rillaboom and everything else.
Right. You don't bring it into this team, but you can bring it into teams that have Tailwind.
I think that it's if Aaron was running the Blastoise variant, I think that Venusaur would probably be it could be a pick, but the Thunderous Solgaleo looks so strong.
Right. That did look very commanding. So, hello everyone.
Can we pause for just like half a second?
Yeah.
As well? Like, what the heck could Aaron do even?
So, I think that... Let's see. I don't know what Max Phantasm does into Solgaleo. The Thunderous... but we know the Solgaleo doesn't have Protect, right? So it'd have to Max Guard. So if you went, like, Fake Out Max Phantasm, if that KOs, then there aren't any great switch-ins to that. I mean, you have to switch it in Incineroar, which is, like, not fantastic. Did we see the item on Calyrex? Or are we just assuming it's Sash? I don't think we saw a Life Orb.
I assume it's Sash because I think we saw Life Orb on the Lucky.
Mm-hmm. So that would be my first thought, but this is
I think that
this is the
I think
difference
that in
between like
general,
not
yeah.
playing in person and playing online is that if I was playing in like Victory Road, I would just go and calc that and then have this super aggressive line I can go into. But obviously, here Aaron needs to know his calcs really well, and I don't know if he knows his Solgaleo calcs off the top of his head.
I think that it's something like Incineroar Calyrex. I feel comfortable at bringing Incineroar now, given that I know for sure it's not a Defiant Thunderous.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel that Incineroar, Calyrex Shadow, Rillaboom.
Yep.
And the last thought is how do I kind of get through, how to say it, the Dynamax, and how do I go and get through that Dynamax a little bit more effectively?
Well, we didn't see Sacred Sword off station, right? It could be player off sub. Is the other
Yeah.
thing. I don't think you really get to do that on a Calyrex Shadow team. I think you need Sacred Sword, but I don't think Solgaleo is that big an issue in the late game, provided you don't give Pado fake out Trick Room. Hey Abe,
Hello.
say hi to stream. Uh,
Hi, sorry.
Did you leave?
I mean,
Oh, you're here! Yay!
I was just assuming watching games.
no, we are live on Twitch as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So if you don't want to hang out on Twitch, then probably not the place to be. But yeah. But we're just like
Yeah,
gonna go
that's
through
the
games,
N95
give our
masks.
commentary.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. If you guys are giving commentary, then I'll head off. Okay.
No, you're free. You're free to
No,
stay. In fact, we encourage
it's
it.
not commentary. It's just chatting about the games and kind of like giving input. We're not like saying, "Oh, and this was the move for all this." It's kind of like, "Oh, interesting."
Yeah. So
Okay,
I guess
fair enough.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
stick around
watching
for
the
a bit
game
then.
commentary, not like commentating commentary.
Stick around for a bit then, sure.
yeah. So yeah, I guess for everyone watching on Twitch or on YouTube, welcome. My name is Adi. I'm joined by Abe and Enosh, who are two very good players who both are we're all like kind of trying to ramp up for the May North American regional seasons, which Indy, New Jersey regionals, Vancouver regionals, all really exciting. So EUIC probably the place to look for teams. We are going to try to analyze these teams, try to steal some teams, and talk about what we like and don't like as much. And yeah, and we didn't get to watch because it was started at 3 a.m. local time. So those are my thoughts on. I guess those are some good thoughts going into game two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm already going into the builder to recreate Flavia's team.
It's definitely I mean, I am a noted Solgaleo hater, but Pato did really well with his team, and Groudon Solg seems to be doing really well. Like theoretically, it has a really bad matchup into Sun, but I'm sure that I think that the Goggles Thunderous plus Venusaur potentially patch that matchup. So and maybe even this weekend helps.
Yeah.
So is this the exact same version that we saw Yuri use right at the end?
I have not
streaming?
watched any of the matches yet, so I don't know what you're
Oh, you
used.
haven't watched any of it.
This
I believe
round
it's
one.
the exact same team.
Okay.
I believe Yuri is the exact same team.
As Pato or as Trailer?
Pato. As Pato.
Okay. I imagine it is. I imagine they just work together on it then. That's good to know, though.
Little swing.
And I know Yuri made day two, so that says a lot about the quality of the team.
Yeah.
Just add it to the list of things that we need to know how to beat going into the regional season.
No, I haven't seen a lead so far that isn't Solgaleo Thunderous from that team. So I
Aaron's
don't actually
team-
know.
Well, now you
Okay.
have.
Well, no, he switched into the Groudon, but you get what
okay.
I mean in the sense I haven't seen the other modes that it can bring. I know from what I saw earlier, the Groudon had Bulldoze, and the Thunderous has Brutal Swing, right, for self-proc weakness policy, but that's about it.
So Aaron kind of getting got there. The Groudon switching.
Like, the Lecky is rough. Maxing it
Maxing it into a Groudon team feels so bad.
Like, I really feel like it needed to be a Max Phantasm angle. Because I don't know how else they're going to get enough damage onto early on to try to pick apart the pieces to go get a good enough endgame. It's clearly Incineroar, and I feel like it has to be Incineroar in the back for Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, my thought is you either have to get it into range of, like either power through it with your Calyrex, or you have to put it in Sacred Sword range and then not let them pivot in Fake Out on the last turn of Solgaleo's max, so we can't Click Trick Room in front of the station.
Solgaleo was slower than the Rillaboom, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what the Rillaboom speed stat would be, but this seems like a really slow, really bulky Solg. It does have Trick Room, so it kind of makes sense.
It's only 92 HP investment, which feels like it could be low, but it's kind of hard to say. I'd have to go back and calc the Astral Barrage from the first game to kind of get a better idea of that. Right now I'm just getting like the HP stats in for everything because that's relevant enough.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it has to hit 112, right? You just want to, if you have Tailwind on Suicune, which you probably do, or Thunder Wave on Thundurus, you probably want to outspeed Zacian at +2 or -2.
Yeah, you always do because Solgaleo is like at minimum 117, unless you go minus B nature, but I doubt you do that.
So then maybe this Rillaboom is just really fast.
Yeah.
I remember I believe the Thundurus should have like Scary Face, right? So yeah, -2 seems like a really relevant number to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tailwind as well.
Yep. That also is
Burning Jealousy and Incineroar, that is cool.
That's seen. Burning Jealousy has seen a little more play recently. I know there was some Burning Jealousy Grimmsnarl on ladder.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's really good here. I mean, it just like puts the Solgaleo at neutral, I guess, but it's chip damage. I guess it's actually not that good, right? Like, you almost want Flare Blitz here.
If you don't have any other moves, then it's bad. But if you have Flare Blitz as well, I don't know how you'd fit it, but if you do have it, well, like Darkest Lariat would be the move.
Yeah, but you want a Flare Blitz, and Flare Blitz and Sun does more, right? I mean, it certainly does more if it's unboosted, and this Solgaleo has prioritized Click and Quake. I'm not sure if it's +1, if it does more.
It did, I think it clicked, how many boosts is a Solgaleo at? Yeah, I had one Steel Spike, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure about Flare Blitz and Sun versus Darkest Lariat against +1 Solg, but that's not really a concern, because he doesn't have it.
So, Thundurus...
Oh, he does have it!
Whoa.
It's BJ Flare Blitz, interesting.
Well, now you have an Incineroar against, like, a Calyrex, probably. And it's the Galio that has boost.
The Sacred Sword that I assume the Zacian has ignores it. But, the Incineroar is going to
Zacian, but, that. Like, I don't feel comfortable about having Sun Zacian into Sun Incineroar. Like, that is fairly uncomfortable. But it is an Earthquake Solgaleo, which will have to proc the Shuck Berry on itself.
It's also Grassy Terrain.
Burn. True. So I guess the Incineroar is kind of free to get an attack off.
I don't know if it has Sacred Sword. That's the thing that I'm a little concerned about.
Was that him? Interesting.
Yeah.
The Trick Room, I guess that bought a turn.
And did I see Protect on Itzin? Did I miss that? Did I see that right?
It used Fake Out.
No, Aaron's Itzin.
It used Fake Out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it failed. Was it trying to avoid activating the Solgaleo weakness policy?
The weakness policy is already procced.
It's already been procced, yeah.
Which is why I'm confused. Because, like, you attack back unless you timed out. But I don't see how you would time out in that situation.
Right.
Wow,
Well,
that
that did
Flare Blitz
nothing.
did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been a timeout. Just another reason why you don't put Fake Out on the top slot on your Pokemon. Just don't do it.
Doesn't it choose what you last chose?
Nope, it chooses the top slot.
Okay.
This game looks pretty decided to me. I don't know if there's a great way for Aaron to come back.
Even if you got the Flare Blitz off, that wasn't really going to make a difference.
Yeah, I think you probably need a crit. Well, it did live that. It needed to...
Yeah, some Flare Blitz could have done it, I guess, technically.
Okay, we do see Shuka from Aaron's Insin.
Yeah.
I know Aaron did make day 2. I think Aaron made day 2.
Yeah, he went from O2 all the way to X2.
Oh, wow.
Good for
He
him.
had a very impressive run.
Is it top 16 cut or is it just top 8? It's just top 8, right?
It's in NEIC. I think it's top 8 after the day 2 Swiss, right?
That's what I thought. So that means that he needs to win out. I don't think he can go X3 and make cut. Unless it's hard X3.
No, they don't they take all X2s, which is like a top 32 normally.
What? No. You know, he made day 2. But for top 8, he needs to...
Yeah, but that means they have 5 rounds. If they have 5 rounds, yeah, you're right. It tends to be like X3 as the...
I think it's like hard
X2 or X3 is the cutoff, usually.
Yeah, and I don't know how many X3s will miscut. But...
There's going to be a few.
Right. I mean, in that case, like, he probably has to win out because he doesn't have great resistance. Unless it... Do you know if it, like, ignores resistance from the day 1? I've heard that it does that. I've heard it doesn't. Never been in that situation before.
What do you mean ignores it? Oh, I don't know. I don't actually know.
All right.
I'm not sure.
So, do we have any closing thoughts on that game?
Burning Jealousy was cool.
Burning Jealousy is a very cool move.
Maxing Reggie Lucky into Groudon is very difficult to win a game out of.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that Aaron not bringing Calyrex Shadow into the Zacian team is very questionable. It wasn't like there was a ton of counterplay to it either. It was just like the Goggle or the Thundurus that was just messing it up on its own, and that seems to signal like a significant team building issue. If your best Pokemon is you can't bring it into like a support Pokemon.
Yeah, Thunderous Groudon just did way too much. And then there was a max Pokemon that still existed.
And to be fair, Thunderous usage has reduced. Like a lot. I haven't seen a lot of special Thunderous recently. So it kind of makes sense that that they kind of discounted it in team building, but also it seems like it's really weak to it.
Did Aaron... Sorry, did we see... I missed game 1. Did Aaron... did we see his item in Calyrex set?
We assume it's Focus Sash because I believe it was a Life Orb on Voleki.
Did we see Will-O-Wisp on the Calyrex?
No.
Aaron had an opportunity to click Will-O-Wisp, but did not click Will-O-Wisp.
Okay. Because, yeah, okay. Because I feel like that can change the matchup slightly if you can burn the Solgaleo very early on, if you can stall out its Dynamax turns and then click Astral Barrage, right? Mm-hmm. Things like that, and sort of playing your Calyrex almost as a support, or even just getting rid of the Thundurus early and then freeing up your Calyrex to just sort of, click moves for the late game. It feels like those options are still available. Without necessarily needing to, completely remove it from the game plan, right?
Well, that's why we thought that it just doesn't have Wisp. That makes the most sense. If it does and didn't click it, and then he didn't bring it game 2, that seems like, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Hopefully, I know that I think Wolf is using the same team. I think Marcus might be using the same team. I don't exactly know, but I imagine we'll see one of
Would
them.
Wolf not be using Weezing? I thought Wolf was
Yeah, I
using
thought Wolf was
Weezing.
using Weezing.
Oh, I thought he was kidding about that.
No,
I think that if he
did.
was kidding, then he's lying to all of us, and we don't like dirty liars. I'm kidding. I'm kidding about that.
I'm pretty sure he actually brought.
I think he actually brought it.
Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. So, for those who are asking in chat, the way internets work is you have, I believe, 8 or 9 rounds of Swiss. I think this one's going to be 9. And then you have in day 1, which is on Thursdays normally, or sorry, Fridays normally, and then either the top 32 players or all players who went 7-2 or better, whichever one is greater, will make it to day 2, where they play an additional 5 rounds of Swiss, and then it cuts to a top 8.
Okay, so we see their teams. We want to pause it for a bit to talk about it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Well, we'll go to preview.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, we can go to team preview instead.
This
Do
is
they
fine.
show team preview?
I don't
No,
think
they don't show team preview because spectator mode doesn't. No,
Right.
spectator mode does show it. Just they're probably talking and trying to show the people.
Okay, I'm told that Aaron did in fact. That Wolf did in fact bring the same team as Aaron. So.
Oh, really?
Unbelievable!
Can't-
What a liar!
Can't believe he would lie to us.
Why would he lie to all of us? Were they trying to say, "Yo, we don't like Radon, we don't like Rinyaston. We're gonna say we're going Weezing."
Just trying to scare people.
We're gonna go opt out of it.
So looking at these teams, Marco, of course, known for using Colossal, used Colossal to a lot of success all the way back in. I don't know when he started it, but I know he did really well in Series 9 with it. This is a team that I know that Jude was using in back in. Oh, this is Jude's team from Players Cup, or I don't remember when. This is a team that Jude used in Victory Road that I played him in top 8. I think that there's a story behind the team that goes further back, but I don't think the team has changed significantly. And then Arash using a little more interesting team with Charizard, Zapdos, Gastrodon, Tornadus, Calyrex Shadow, Zacian. Thoughts?
Arash is a really interesting team. I don't know what's going on there, and there's a Charizard but no Sun. There's Calyrex Zacian. There's there's so much going on there, and I don't even know how to process it.
My
I'm
reaction.
very confused by the fact that there is a what's it called? A Charizard, and I don't think I see a Groudon.
Residual is
No,
really
it's
good.
Calyrex.
It does
It's
kind of
really
make sense.
good, but I'm just the combination of Charizard and Zapdos, but no Groudon and no Kyogre, is just interesting. I feel like if I had to bring either Kyogre or Groudon into his team, I would be a bit uncomfortable. Just the Pokemon make it kind of difficult to get those advantages. So just intuitively, I would assume that Marco has the lead, has the advantage into this specific matchup, just out of the Pokemon available.
That's my thought as well. My thought on Arash's team in general is that I feel like he's teched really hard for Sun. He
Oh,
Hey Arcel.
hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing well. So we are watching round 2 right now. I don't know if you were up for that, but
I watched the first 5 rounds.
okay, yeah, because you have an
You're a
awful sleep
madman.
schedule, somehow worse than all of ours. But I respect it. I respect the dedication to your craft. And so my thought on Arash's team, he teched really hard for Sun. His Aptos is really positive into it. It's also quite good in terrain. Charizard is really good into it, obviously, if you win the speed ties. Calyrex Shadow is probably good into it. You don't get to bring Zacian, probably, so he's probably bring those 3 plus Tornadus. And then if you have 3 ground resists, the Gastrodon and Groudon aren't actually doing that much. So I think that's his response, and then presumably something like Zapdos, Gastrodon, Calyrex Shadow, Zacian into rain teams. But at the same time, I'm just I don't know. It just it's a little too out there for me.
I mean, Sorry, go ahead, Arsenal.
Alright, I was gonna say this is Shoma Hanami's team. that he has featured on his YouTube channel.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
So the one that Enosh is using, yeah. I just wanted to put that out there.
Good to know.
So how I kind of interpret the team is a little bit more along the lines of. So here's the thing I don't like about Calyraxation too much. Neither one likes to max. So the Pokemon you need to put pretty early on is Pokemon that Dynamaxes. And having both Charizard and Zapdos being like a decision right then and there, and then you follow it up between Gastrodon and Tornadus, makes Team Preview kind of a bit more streamlined, I feel.
Mhm.
Where you end up knowing, here's the max Pokemon, they cover it differently, but they're both really good into the common archetypes. And then whether I go faster or more control is the decision between how you play support. And I appreciate that it's not an Incineroar or a Rillaboom or a Grimmsnarl as a default, because those have been used a lot, but clearly, like, they kind of just slow down the game instead of winning the game sometimes.
Yeah.
So I like kind of the build. I just think that it was a bad round 2 matchup.
Yeah, this matchup does in fact look awful for Arash. What would you guys do if you were him in this matchup in Team Preview?
If you see triple flying and you're the Cole player, you must be super happy.
Right, you're salivating, dude.
Like it's kind of hard to activate the weakness policy though, given not the weakness policy, the Steam engine, given the Gastrodon and no Dragapult.
Yeah.
So something like just getting the Torn. I would have probably put the Gastrodon in the back and trying to do something along the lines of like Tornzation or Torn Calyrex with the. Well, I don't want that because I want to max the Charizard or the Zapdos. And I don't feel comfortable maxing the Charizard because max Wildfire into the Colossal gives it the boost. So probably Zapdos. So like something like Zapdos, Calyrex, or Zapdosation with Gastro on the back.
Right.
Unless I
and then,
plan to max the Gastro.
And then just force them to respect the Gastrodon if they do lead Colossal without having to like actually lead it where it's kind of dead weight and you get to like you lead it right into their counterplay. Which this is not their counterplay. This is the Gastrodon is actually just in a really good position right here. It's not unless the Cole has Solar Beam, in which case maybe it's not.
No clue whether or not Cole runs Solar Beam anymore.
Well, I'm not like I'm obviously not a very versed Cole player, but I did give it a couple of tries, at least in Series 12. And the thing that I always found is like it's really weird bringing Cole because you want to bring something that procs its Steam engine. You want to bring Cole itself to max, and then you also want to bring both your restricteds, meaning that like what you bring, you're basically. It almost feels like you're locking into 3 mons immediately. Your dual restricteds, Cole, and something, right? And something that procs. Like it feels very restrictive in what you can bring. Now, obviously, Marco knows the team a lot better than I do, and I did not find any success with Cole. But like, I've always found it very bizarrely difficult to almost just play that lead matchup.
I agree. I've always been thinking. Whenever I tried it, I was like, what if Cole was just a better Pokemon? You know? And then I get to play Evoltalization with like my Firewater Grass Court.
Well, it's not even that it's a bad Pokemon. Like, we've obviously seen that in previous series. It's just that it feels so much less flexible in a dual restricted format.
Yeah.
It locks you up a lot, yeah.
It locks you up a lot more.
That being said...
Especially when... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, that being said, it does like often force very linear counterplay. And as we saw, Arash's counterplay was going Gastrodon, maxing it, trying to get rid of it right away, and he just got heavily punished by Marco just playing a little more passively, repositioning around
for
it.
Sure. I also find that, especially if you play like that really passive Yveltal, the Snarl, the Snarl Foul Play Oblivion Wing kind of one, like, Evoltalization doesn't feel nearly as strong as like Solo Eveltal or Solozation back in like series. I don't know, what was the series where we had a single restricted?
Eight,
not important.
10,
series
8. 8, 10, 11, whatever it was. The point is that there are so many good spread move restricteds, and Yveltal and Zation both being very single target heavy feels very restrictive as well in terms of Cole. Now, obviously, Cole is still insane because we've seen it perform like crazy, even without, doesn't necessarily need its policy or its steam engine just to go crazy, but it can use those, right?
Right.
So
if you give it that, it's just going to go off, and if you don't, then as we saw, like the -1 Gastrodon did under 50%. So
yeah,
Max Quake, it was like easily living the Max Quake and doing a ton back, and setting up residual just is so valuable. And honestly, like Utilization, I don't think you get to run Charizard or Venusaur, so you probably are stuck running this or Blastoise, and I do kind of like Blastoise more, but Blastoise is not the same like game-ending threat as Colossal can be.
Oh, for sure.
I'm just amused by like the fact that how they have Marco's name written out. It's so long, and it's like blending in with the like scorecard.
The M is barely
Like the M.
like, touching the.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's very amusing.
I think the thing with Cole,
we did not design for long names like this. What have we gotten ourselves into?
I think the thing with Cole, and one of its benefits, if you can use it properly, is that there are no rock types really in this format.
Oh, for sure.
So the G-Max move is probably one of the strongest out of it, then, because of the residual effect. Because, if you use like Wildfire or Violent Lash, it's not going to affect like, Incineroar, Rillaboom, stuff like that. But there's no rock types, so pretty much everything on the field is going to take residual. But I mean, we're in a format with heavy Kyogre, and it's also dual restricted, and Groudon. It's tougher to use Cole in that aspect because it's 4 times weak to both.
Yep.
So you're really
Yeah, like I know I just spent the last minute kind of like trashing Cole, but I mean Marco just showed like a really solid game there. And I mean I know we said that he has the matchup here, but he just shut down everything Arash wanted to do, right? So like it's definitely playable. It's definitely a team that you can use, and Cole can still do Cole things if you give it the opportunity.
Knocking down the Gastrodon to -2, letting you take Max Quakes, kind of just locked up Arash's remaining counterplay. There's no Solar Beam, so maybe Arash can go for more Yawn, and if you go for Yawn with Gastrodon, you could get a bit more control. But it's still very difficult, because in the turns it takes to get the control, good luck.
Yeah. This thing, like, yes, you're getting control, but if he sets up residual damage, it's just like you're taking so much every turn, even if he's not attacking you every turn.
The other problem is
Kunal was on the call right now to go talk about Arash's watch. He needs to go and
Arash
rate.
has the drip. He's got the drip.
Kunal needs to rate the drip of everyone on stream. He needs to do his own. He needs to go make a Twitter thread rating everyone's drip when they were on stream.
I appreciate
the watch on Arash's right hand. Is that a right hand watch?
I thought he was a.
That is a right hand watch.
That is a right hand watch.
Well, yeah, he's got the wristband on the left hand.
Oh yeah,
the entry pass.
Yeah.
Well, like you could always put it on the other side, like entry pass on the right wrist, watch on the left, but just means he wears the watch on the left, on the right. Yeah.
I do really respect people who dress well at events. I just dress like I gotta wear jeans and a hoodie just because it's comfortable and I gotta play 9 rounds of Pokemon. But like Alberto Lara, always the best dressed person in the room. I know Yuri was swagged out for this event, so.
I forgot that Yuri's hair was that he just dyed his hair, so I was like, whoa.
There was a TCG player dripped out. I don't know if you guys know the current mechanic of TCG.
Nope.
Is it that
it's called there's like a thing called Fusion Strike. Dude coordinated his outfit to match the colors of his deck.
Oh, that's sick.
I
thought you were going to say that whoever is more dripped out gets to choose whether they go first.
No, it was actually pretty sick. What was it? Hot Chalky TCG.
That's awesome.
Just dripped out. So
Oh.
This is the.
Oh.
He does have the overgrowth, and he has the Rindo. Yeah.
Okay. So he lives, right? He's not boosted. I wonder if the Earth Power might KO from here. We saw Max Quake do about 40 from -1. Okay, yeah, sure.
That's really good for Arash. The residual didn't get up,
Mhm.
knocked out the Dynamax. Yeah, and the Rindo. That's how he got it in game 2 in early. Yeah, that surprise tech because everybody's expecting leftovers as the common item, so they're just not as prepared for the Rindo berry.
Well, he would have saw that there was no leftovers game 1, right?
Right.
I don't know if we like
Oh,
caught
yeah,
on to
he did.
that, but I imagine Marco is a little more locked in than we are.
I do. We're busy discussing watches and stuff.
Yeah, the important things. But
And since his team has hosted Arash's, and we never probably are going to see this, is the Tornadus. It's like a White Herb Tornadus as well, which is a really interesting team. Like Japanese teams are super interesting to make how they go about like formulating against common plans. Like I think you mentioned earlier, like this is just supposed to beat, quote unquote, beat Rinya-san.
Mhm.
So
yeah,
I mean, looking at. Sorry, go ahead. Adam.
no, you go ahead.
Oh, I mean, just looking at it. I mean, I haven't seen this. I haven't actually seen the pace for this team. But like, just looking at it, it looks like you threw on a Zacian and a Calyrex, and you were like, it's like, you know what? These mons do good enough on their own. I'm just gonna tech out the last 4 mons to like beat specific matchups. Like these 2 mons can cover a lot of the metagame. Let's just throw on 4 other mons that can actually, beat the metagame.
I think Gastrodon has to be Gastrodon kind of has to be there for the Kyogre stuff, the Palkia stuff. It's just a good Pokemon to those. But then the other 3 are just like, well, we need to beat Sun, and everything else is going to be handled by Zacian, Calyrex, Gastrodon.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's teched up for the meta.
yeah, it's funny if you look at the like top 3 common teams. Like one is like CSR Zacian, he has that. Then like Torn Zapdos is on Ogre teams. And then Charizard Gastron is on like Rinya teams. So it's like elements of each top tier team in a way, and they just kind of mesh together.
With what's arguably the 2 strongest individual restricteds.
Yeah.
All right, so you see the Zapdos max. That is what I think in a vacuum you want to max into Eviltal Zacian. And so, once Colossal is off the board, then it becomes a lot better. Obviously,
that miss seems very rough.
Yeah.
Like, if you hit that, then max air plus play rough. Well, okay. That still got it, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter much, I guess, is the better way to put it.
There's still a Cali Shadow in back, right? Like, there's still an Evil
so.
too. I mean, it's a full health Zacian. It can. I think
Probably an AV Eviltal, so
Yeah,
max guard.
The
Play rough,
Eviltal's
something
already half dead. Yeah.
Oh, this is.
Yeah, I think that Arash has this one with that Rindo Gastro. I know people were. It must have been a Sanvi tweet that was just like, you're going to spend.
You go run Rindo Berry because they're going to use max overgrowth, then you get leftovers anyways.
No, I think someone was like, yeah, like you're going to spend a month trying to fix your Rinya Sun matchup, and they're going to beat you by just like changing one item on Gastrodon.
Oof. Was it?
Yeah, that's fair.
Sucker Punch get the KO on Zapdos?
Nah.
Okay, it doesn't.
And once you break the Zacian's sub, or just KO the Eviltal, I think the game is over.
Yeah, my thought was like, oh no, will Sucker Punch get the knockout on the Zapdos? And turns out I was just scared for nothing.
I mean, it might have been able to with a crit.
True.
I feel like staying in and just attacking with your Zacian was probably better. Just secure the KO and then let your 2 mons clean up the Zacian behind sub.
I would have felt pretty confident about saying it's in Assault Vest Yveltal. If you,
Yeah, for sure.
so that's why I would have, because like it has Snarl. There's no way Snarl Yveltal is not Assault Vest.
I also think that this game really shows just how important it is to get up residual, even if it means like losing your Cole get turn one. Like look at the Zapdos HP, look at the Calyrex HP. Like if residual is up, this is a totally different game.
Yeah.
Even the Zacian is probably in range from the opposing Zacian.
Oh, voltage. That's cool.
Yeah, makes sense. Alright. This game looks pretty decided. Thoughts going into game 3?
Super well played by Rush, and the Ringo Berry really swung it. The yawn on the Yveltal also was huge.
It feels like if Marco knows the techs, it's probably going to go his way. But, I mean, we've said before it was just matchup on paper, right?
Yeah, it's like I understand why he didn't bring Rillaboom, because he just thought that Cole would get through Gastrodon, and it feels bad to bring it into triple flying. But now that he knows about the that the Gastrodon is like probably the most important piece of Arashi's game plan, having a second way to KO it might be valuable.
Yeah.
Might also just be awful because there's just going to be a Zapdos that comes in and max airstreams you. But like I certainly don't want. I guess okay. You want Yveltal, you want Zacian, you maybe pivot away from Cole, but I think Cole like this is too good a Cole matchup to do that. And then Instin's also pretty good into Zacian, Calyrex Shadow. So
it largely comes down to can Marco kill the Zapdos and the Gastro before Arash takes out the Cole?
Well, not even KO the Zapdos. If you just KO the Gastrodon kind of has to... Like, Arash was forced into a pretty linear play that turn 1 as well.
Yeah, you're right.
And so, if Marco just likes to play it a little defensively, put a little more pressure on the Gastrodon, it still hooks like 70% from the max overgrowth. If you just get that chip damage off, then you might be able to power through it with Cole, and the Zapdos max is a lot less effective.
Yeah, like the Incineroar plus Colossal lead into a Protect instead of just ripping it turn 1. It kind of makes it more difficult.
Alright. Yeah, there's the instant Cole. And same leads, yeah.
It was 3 attacks, Zacian, right, for Arash?
I don't know if we saw Sacred Sword. Did we? We might have. No, we saw...
Not sure.
He play roughed into the Incineroar when he could have Sacred Sworded it. So it might honestly just be 2 attacks and a flex move.
Sure.
I guess, Arsenal, do you have the paste?
Arsenal is muted right now.
He has it on his YouTube channel, so we can double check. I mean, we'll find out right here. Anyways,
there it is.
There you go.
All right.
That was a crit, Sacred Sword.
Okay. And this works into Zacian, right? Yeah.
Yeah. On the first turn, it does.
So that's also really valuable here.
That crit is pretty big on Incineroar, getting a lot of damage off when you have a back Calyrex and getting as much damage on any dark types.
That's very true.
I feel like a Behemoth Blade plus Yawn is pretty accessible onto the Colossal slot, and I kind of put the Colossal...
So I don't like this either, because now you are losing your Incin. I think you're just always KOing the instant and saying the.
I
And you probably yawn
You
the
don't-
colossal.
I thought you were yawn plus. So my thought was along the lines of you have a Calyrex Shadow set up right now. If you don't care with the instant roar, just really your game is because you don't want like his instant roar would get the parting shot, but like Zacian has to switch out anyways, and instant roar is not getting to do much.
So if I'm a Rosh, do I not just Earth Power the Yveltal slot and Behemoth Blade the Zacian slot?
Why?
Zacian's going to sub up.
Yeah, Zacian's gonna sub, and you can either the Yveltal goes to sleep or he switches into a coal and dies to an Earth Power.
And Behemoth Blade breaks the.
But that one, yeah,
Nope.
it's very telegraphed. So I guess he didn't do it for that reason. That if he went into it,
Because that burn did nothing, right?
yeah. Also, losing Incineroar means that you don't have as many pivoting tools for the yawn.
Okay, I guess he's
Sure.
just letting the Yveltal go to sleep. Okay.
Well played by Arash.
Now, yeah, this turn could be interesting though.
I think you just wait for the Evil Tall to wake up. It's not under any pressure.
Yeah,
Zacian
you're
can
right.
protect sub until it. For like 4 more turns. Arash probably has to
You
switch.
can go
I think-
switch the Gastrodon into Calyrex pretty safely here.
Yeah, I think that Arash had to like play a little more aggressively, try to get damage off.
I mean, that's some good damage there.
Well, now
Yeah,
you're going
that's
to have
true.
to max the Gastrodon to match that, probably.
Yeah, I guess you protect Gaster here, right? Oh,
You don't want to give up the sub.
That's true.
That's why last turn I think was getting the Calyrex.
Oh, you know what he
Oh, I
did?
think
He
this
probably
is-
play roughed the Evil Tall and Max Quake the Evil Tall to cover for the KO and the switch.
Yeah.
Would that do it when you're -2 special attack though? I genuinely don't know.
It's not maxed Colossal, right?
Yeah.
He really
Yeah.
should have.
Oh no!
I was
He
watching
really
it
should-
live. I was thinking the exact same thing, Audie, as you were. I was thinking the exact same thing.
He
I was
had
like,
the
"Man, that'd be
pin,
so
he just
cool."
didn't take it.
Yeah, right. Because I think player of I can't remember I missed it twice now, but the player of might have been in range for Evil Tall.
I thought it
It
was.
was in range based off the
Yeah.
damage.
And then, then the max pick would have just been redirected anyway, so I thought that would have been a cool play.
Yeah, I mean, the only play that gets punished by that is like max
Play
Evil
No,
Tall.
Rosh immediately realized it. Like
Yeah.
you look at the Rosh cam, and he's like, I messed up.
Yeah.
I knew it. I
Yeah.
can't believe I messed that up. Is the look he's giving.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, genuinely just he had it and he knows it,
Yep.
which is not an easy spot to be in.
I don't know. He's excited now. He got the KO that he wanted, but I don't think he's winning this game. I think that Evil Tall. I mean, it might come down to sleep turns, but this Gastrodon
I'm really
probably isn't giving.
surprised I'm really surprised he max guarded there on the Gastro. Right, like your Dynamax runs out. It's not like Gastro's doing anything else.
It's proccing weakness policy, maybe? I don't know. Like maybe
Uh,
Zapdos lives a Volcalith.
What was the Gastro at?
It's at like
is it
minus
minus
2,
two?
right? It got it
okay.
only got snarled once. Did it get parting shot?
Yeah, I think it's only -1.
You got parting shotted.
It did get parting shot. You're right.
Did it get party shotted? Did he lead the Incineroar?
He was
Yeah,
the
so
Parting
go
shot,
ahead.
then parting shot.
This KOs, I think. The other thing is that if the Zapdos has Protect, then it also just stalls out Max, and then Cole can't actually hit it. So yeah, so it looks like Arash is going to take this one. Yeah. This matchup looked
There's no
awful
weak-
for him.
Yeah, the weakness policy didn't get procced, right?
Nope.
No.
And like,
No.
I mean, if he doesn't have Protect on Zapdos, then maybe Calyrex doesn't get there.
I feel like Calyrex gets there.
Right, and you certainly have Protect or Eerie Impulse on Zapdos. You don't. There aren't 5 moves that you want over those, or 4 moves that you want over
Rising
those.
Voltage, Roost.
Yeah, this has to be Protect.
Yep.
Okay.
So here is basically just trying to go for a one big heat wave.
That's reasonable. I mean, that is the win con. You get to Protect, and then you get to Heat Wave, and you hope that gets there.
The vocal damage is very scary.
Mm-hmm. You also just have to hope.
I know, right? That Calyrex was at full, like.
And it's going to be at half. That's insane. I mean, the Max Flare through Protected a lot. Did it crit?
It was a crit, yeah.
It did.
It crit.
And is there a reason that Cole didn't Protect? I guess it just didn't matter because it didn't live.
It didn't matter, yeah. Wow, well played,
Wow.
Enosh.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
for real.
For sure.
That was just footage of Gastrodon soloing a Colossal team. I mean, he had nothing else going for him.
Marco did tweet after this game that he was upset with the crit on the Incineroar.
Yep, that was big.
So, yeah.
But it also just felt so restrictive. Like, he couldn't bring Rillaboom into a Gastrodon that he knows he needs to, like...
Why didn't he bring it?
Well, triple flying. Right? We talked about that earlier. But, like, still, it just feels weird that, like...
Like, the thing is that Yveltal really just... Could Yveltal have not been Rillaboom, or could...
Yveltal, you need the Yveltal to endgame the Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah.
But Grassy Glide with Volcalith also does that. And if you're AV, that also gets covered.
That's true.
It's
not AV. It's AV Yveltal. But...
Oh, it's AV Yveltal. Then, then Grassy Glide with Volcalith damage does a trillion damage.
Mm-hmm.
Also, like,
I think that Rillaboom being chosen instead of Incineroar would have given you Fake Out, locked up the Gastrodon, and would have gotten a better pin. It would have been a little bit more difficult it would have been probably about as good, if not even better, until, like, the Zapdos, given the fact that, like, you have an electric resist.
Yeah. Also, with the grassy terrain, like, the Max Overgrowth could possibly knock out non-Max Gastrodon then.
You'd go Volcalith and then knock out the Gastrodon, yeah.
I'm going to bump the speed up a little bit because I do have to leave at 8, and I want to get through all 9 rounds.
So Wolf is a liar who did not use Wheezing.
Yep. So we did already talk about Wolf's team a little bit when we saw Aaron use it. Ben just using Rinyasan. There is
nothing to be said.
Nothing to be said about these teams. These are both pretty standard, I think, at the end of the day, and I am curious about what Wolf's matchup is, because I'm sure that he has flowcharted the ever-living shit out of this matchup and knows exactly what he's going to do.
I'm curious about what moves the Whimsicott has. Just out of curiosity, I'm kind of wondering what it is.
Mm-hmm. So,
because I thought the Blastoise was generally used to go help improve the matchup, and not having Blastoise into Rinyasun and not bring Whimsicott into it, like, what was it? Am I missing something?
I think they normally bring Zard or lead Zard. This is a reasonable lead though from Ben's side. It's just a lot of bulk. It just doesn't. Wolf's team doesn't do very much. Although, is this Wolf maxing or is this It is Wolf maxing. Okay.
This is the second time we've seen. We saw
Aaron max into Groudon.
We saw Aaron max Lecky into a Groudon, and now we're seeing Wolf max and Lecky into a Groudon.
I mean, I guess getting rid of Grimmsnarl probably does wonders for this team. The damage reduction is really big. But I think you're sacking your max for it, right? Or not.
No, you're not. Not when that happens.
Although -1 Blaze probably didn't KO Lecky, but, like, the damage was probably huge, so that'll, like, follow up on wood.
Here's my pitch. You always max the Lecky, so you have to go ring target on the Whimsicott, obviously. You just get more Max Lucky lines.
Also,
Problem solved.
we saw from Trailer's game that these Incineroars are burning jealousy. So like Life Orb Lucky with burning jealousy Incineroar is like probably the matchup, and like for the Groudon as well. So that you can neuter that for your Lucky.
In what way? Like you're not BJing
Not for
his
your
sword.
Lucky, but but just to like everything else, like because Lucky can't take care of Groudon, so everything else has to like neuter the Groudon. So like that's why you have Incin with burning jealousy, Intimidate, and Shuka Berry, and then the Rillaboom has the Grassy. Obviously, it's a Rillaboom.
Wolf, holy shit! Wolf looked very surprised, and then he got a crit.
Hit.
Yeah, you got a crit. This is a very bad game one for Kiriaku. He also missed the blades, and then he got crit.
Yeah, he got
really not
much
much
kind of hacked here.
He sat down.
Like if blades connected on turn 1, then the player would have been redirected into Rillaboom.
And he takes 2 KOs, and if he doesn't get the
Has
crit,
then
Zacian and Calyrex certainly doesn't get there. Yeah.
But shows the power of Rinya's son, if you really think about it. Because even you were like mentioning Audi, like he probably prepped this like 100 million times, right? And still like there's like somebody like Ben who's like not leading the Charizard, not getting baited into that, and leading well.
It's a Regieleki. And there's potential talent like you.
Yeah.
And he'd probably seen
Can't really.
He'd probably seen this during game, or at least heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that when I was testing Rinya's son, I was maxing Incin a lot, like way more than you think you would. It's just like a genuinely good max option into the teams that you can't like safely max Art into, or you don't want to bring Gastrodon into.
I like weakness policy in Sin on, like I've just enjoyed seeing weakness policy in Sin a lot. And, like the whole thing of, I don't really know what I'm going to do in terms of max. So instead of Shuka Berry, I'm going to Dynamax Incineroar and have my weakness policy proc. And that was, in my opinion, a very legitimate take that I've seen pop up more and more recently. I just want to go into game 2, but we're going into that anyways in a second.
All right, let's go.
Really, not much should be said.
Let's go game 2.
Like I think we're going to see the same type of thing. They're both going to go into the same type of flowchart, probably, because they both think it's going to work.
Yep.
I don't think either one of them has any incentive to particularly change it.
Ben does. If Ben wants to preserve Grimmsnarl,
Ben could do something instead of... Ben could now like switch in the Groudon or do something else on the Grimmsnarl slot. Maybe he has Gastrodon on the back.
Yep. He has seen that Wolf does not want to deal with the Grimmsnarl and is allowed to like play a little more conservatively with it. I don't know. We'll see. He might just say that this is a fair trade for him too. Or just max quake the Elky, That's also pretty reasonable. Just say you're going to trade your Dynamax for a Grimmsnarl.
Like, I wouldn't be so upset if I was Ben in game 1. Like, there was a lot of RNG unfavorable. So, yeah, we do see the max on the Groudon.
The Dynamax Groudon looks great. Just like appearance-wise. Looks pretty good.
Are you streaming this?
Yeah, we're live on Twitch.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, Twitch.
Hey, Rajan.
Hi, Rajan.
Hello. I'm
Hi,
trying to
Rajan.
minimize extraneous sound because I hopped in on a live broadcast.
But yeah, okay.
What I would have liked from Kiriaku would have been opting out of Zacian and going Groudon, Grimmsnarl, Gastrodon, Incin.
Groudon, Grimmsnarl, Gastrodon, Incin. Sure, yeah.
That doesn't put a lot of your eggs in one basket to do damage.
Yeah, the Dynamax Incin.
Did Wolf bring... He did bring Rillaboom. So, yeah, I don't know if he gets to do that very safely. Although Dynamax Incin is pretty reasonable.
Like, that's why you... Yeah, I think that...
I really don't hate saying I'm going to trade my... I'm going to trade my Dynamax for this Regieleki. Or rather, yeah, Ben saying you have to trade your Dynamax for this Grimmsnarl. But the Groudon Max, obviously, not doing much, especially after this Burning Jealousy.
-1 burn. I mean, any move into the Zacian will KO it, but
I have to imagine Ben did not
Jealousy.
know about Burning Jealousy going into this. I don't
I
think
don't
that
think he
you
did.
throat chop the
No.
instant if you knew about it. This is gonna be a 2-0.
Looks like
This is gonna be really tough for Ben. He just didn't get that info that he might have gotten if he had.
he didn't pivot out the Incineroar. He really should have pivoted out, like going for the throw chop to stop him.
Yep.
Well, pivoting out, yeah.
Oh, now I understand. The Rillaboom is faster than the Groudon, and it's. Do you think it's AV or do you think it's Miracle Seed? It's probably designed to go and get the KO on the non-max Groudon with Woodhammer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we see he did drop Zacian, and he brought the Charizard.
Do you think he's Heatwave Zard? He must be, right? You never bring Zardan back if you aren't.
I don't know enough.
I'm just like, because I know that people have run Ancient Power or Heatwave, and those are really your two options in the last slot. That is cool. That is cool that he's just Woodhammer, Miracle Seed, presumably just outspeeding and KOing Groudons.
Back taking that fake out damage that turn.
Yeah.
You knew it was happening. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's Miracle Seed. The
Confusion?
50-50.
That doesn't matter.
Yep. Wait, doesn't it?
That's just a Grassy Glide win the game angle.
Yeah.
That's probably Grassy Glide range, yeah. It is.
Or like,
Yeah.
It is
Swiftlet's
Miracle Seed.
Woodhammer both get there.
There's nothing that Charizard has that would kill both out of Sun, so even if it doesn't.
Woodhammer.
Heatwave crit would have gotten there. That's fair.
You think you would Grassy Glide in that position unless you know that Charizard doesn't have Heat Wave.
Yes.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think the only lose con was Heat Wave kill both, right? That's the only way you can lose.
If you know Grassy Glide doesn't kill, then you might as well Woodhammer instead of giving them like the protect outs.
Yeah, because that would have been next turn, would have been last turn of Grassy Terrain.
Yeah.
All right. So that was just. I mean, this is what I was saying. Like, I wasn't saying this to everyone watching, but I was saying this in our group chat. It's like, I think Rainier Sun's a little overrated going into this tournament, just because every single good player is going to have their lines mapped out so solidly going into it. And we saw Wolf do really well. Admittedly, get a little lucky, but like, you know.
Do you want to tell me what those lines are and how? And
Yeah, he said
by Indianapolis.
I mean, you just saw what Wolf did, right? He said he was going to fake out Max Electric into Grimmsnarl, get it off the field, and then Woodhammer the Groudon if it doesn't max.
Once its max is done, or once
Yeah, and then if it does Dynamax,
You
you
admittedly were-
BJ shotgun into.
I do like the faster Miracle Seed protect Rillaboom as a response to being a little bit better at dealing with the ground types. I do agree that more offensive pivot-oriented Rillaboom is a little bit better into the max Groudons, which cover a lot of like Calyrexation teams.
Mhm.
So I do like the Burning Jealousy instant for max Quake boosts, and I do like the Woodhammer like Miracle Seed Rillaboom just to like have extra reach into max Groudon. So I do like the way that that's teched out. full
Rillaboom
sun.
like Maxwell into Kyogre's Asian teams.
I think Rillaboom maxes.
Decent.
I don't know. I don't know about
If they
that.
have Zapdos,
Yeah.
Zapdos it changes it up.
If they have Zapdos, you don't want to. If they have Kartana, you don't really want to.
Yeah.
I don't think you get to max
like,
it there.
Also, they have the Lucky. I would tail it and then max the Lucky, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like there's enough.
I do like maxing Rillaboom into Calibrex Shadow Kyogre. I think it's a really solid max into those teams.
Is that a team?
Even the Weezing version.
Yeah, it's a team.
If you deal with you have Elky. You're gonna Elky through the Weezings, I think.
Aren't you Elekeying through the whole team though? Isn't that the point of the mod?
Yeah, I guess. But the versions that don't have Weezing, you might not get to outpace them nearly as easily because they probably have Tailwind or whatever. Right.
Let's see what the teams are for this one.
So
Okay.
is the way that the stream is going is that it's a no info for stream, like you're learning as it go, or have you had spoilers?
So I checked. So I was awake at 3 a.m. when the pairings for round one came up. So I was aware of what happened that like the stream game for round one, and then I checked Twitter today, so I know like who made day two. I don't really know any of the teams, so I am learning as we go.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah.
I have one.
I only watched
team.
one set.
I have one specific team that I have seen so far that I'm genuinely a fan of the thought process. I do think that team building in this format is a really strong thinking exercise.
Which round did it come up in?
Yeah. I mean, that's a spoiler though.
they don't.
You could
care
just
that
tell
much.
us the team, or like we.
Well, I don't want to ruin. I don't want to
Okay.
ruin the unveilings.
That fair enough. You can talk about it when we get there.
Adi has another like 6 hours of
Yeah.
content today. We can't stop the Twitch ads early.
I got to leave in 2.5 hours, so not 6
Fair.
hours, but you know.
Well, then up the speed, brother. Put it to 2 times 2.
We've been going pretty quickly.
We have to
I'm-
go pretty quickly.
I want to see like
Okay.
that's Cass. Guillermo Castilla is Cassie, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cassie's team looks cool.
Big favorite.
Uh,
of that.
Ike's team looks like something that you and Gavin have been using.
That
Like
is
a
in
month
fact
ago.
5 of the same 6. No, not 5 of the same 6. We did not have Rillaboom. We had a Mungus. I mean, honestly, like the Palkia Zacian team that was standard at one point was these 5 except Ditto over P2. And I've been saying that like Ditto, very good Pokemon generally speaking, but as the metagame develops and you have very specific teams you want to beat, it's almost never the best team to beat one of those, or best Pokemon to beat one of those teams. And so you get to
How dare
that
you?
flex
I
spot.
love Ditto.
No, it's a great Pokemon, especially in like more wide open metagames that this is just not. So
I know.
putting it onto
Yeah, you only have so many stat points when you team build in this format is what it's like. I guess you can kind of say that with all Dynamax formats. Like a lot of what I've been seeing with team building has just been more so just like allocating your minute your minute spaces to make adjustments and have to get a lot of value out of them. And it's generally more consistent when you're like when the Ditto slot was a matchup Pokemon, because you have to just be thinking about which 4 do I bring against this and which 4 do I bring against that, and it's hard to just include Ditto in that line.
Yep, that's exactly my thought. And P2 on this team, we thought was important for Caloric Shadow, which otherwise kind of ran through the team. Less so with Rillaboom over Amoonguss. Thundurus helps into the non Indeedee versions, but obviously is not great into the Indeedee version. So I like the P2 in general. Gavin, I think, saw a lot more success with it than I did, but you know, it's just a real Pokemon.
My hot take is P2 sucks for what it's worth. But I hate that mon, so that's probably why.
That is probably why.
I feel like Cassie's Finny just pops off, and if it doesn't pop off, then something else will instead.
Well, there's a Rillaboom. Rillaboom is quite good.
Yeah.
Also, that's Defined Thunderous.
This is
Probably.
on Costy's team. Yeah, probably.
I love
I
his
feel
team.
like the Defined Thunderous is not easy to really handle.
So
Are you paused on purpose?
yeah,
Just so we can talk about the teams, because they don't actually do team preview screen.
we can hop into it. I think that Lunadon.
Oh, I didn't know they didn't do team preview screens. That's crazy.
They just jump into it after.
Oh, sorry. I just didn't know.
No worries. Lunadon. I think this is similar to the team that cut Liverpool.
Yeah.
I love his
Kind
team.
of liked Flavio's team more.
I think Lunadon is also very good.
When Series 12 was announced, that's the first 6 I put in the builder.
Love Lunadon. Lunadon's always going to be one of my favorite archetypes.
I just don't like the. I really want to like it more.
So
It's
fun.
It is my Lunadon take was that it does well into Rinya Sun. and so you get to like the problem with Zacian is that you can't bring it into that matchup. It's just so bad in that matchup, and so now you have a second restricted that you can like reasonably bring into it. You could legitimately run Rinyasun, but with Lunala over Zacian and be okay. I know, like, we had that in our builder at one point. Although this is also probably like a more well-rounded version of it that like really takes advantage of the advantages of Lunala.
Yeah.
Like Lunala
I
gets
can up a little bit. I really wish I could enjoy Lunadon more. It's just really hard when you really want to nail your Meteor Beam and you really want to nail your P-Blades.
Facts.
It's very difficult to feel confident using the team and pressing those buttons.
Yeah.
While waiting for it to load in, I'm going to put another off-topic thing. So that R on other headsets, is that the brand or is it just like Team Rocket?
I imagine it's the brand.
It
in our
really
head,
looks
it's
like Team Rocket, though.
Let's go for Team Rocket. It just sounds better.
Like, look at that. Is that not
Sorry.
Team Rocket?
Whose
Sorry,
whose
turning it
computer
off.
is dinging?
Sorry, I'm turning that computer off.
Okay, thanks. Also, hey John.
It's John and Justin.
Wow, this is a
And
party.
Justin. Yeah,
Party, dude.
we got the whole crew.
Round 4.
So the good thing I love about Lunala, like it is really good in Serenia Sun. Yeah, the meat beam can miss, but like it can like being able to like threaten Charizard turn 1. Like you can even if they have Life Orb, G-Max, Wildfire, you survive that with Lunala thanks to the Shadow Shield. That's a really good ability to have.
I do agree.
So and also like Charizard doesn't necessarily get to play passive in front of you because you can just switch the speed tiers on them with Trick Room. So
what it sounds like is the adjustment is running Sucker Punch Grimmsnarl and just doubling the Lunala.
ooh.
Or even foul play.
Well, I mean, they can lead instant, right? Instant Lunala into Rinya's Sun is really good.
My
Oh, we're not seeing the Renaissance matchup. We're seeing the Palkiazation matchup for this
Right.
one.
Mhm.
And I think that once it gets started, I'm kind of curious about how it'll play out.
so my last take on Lunadon is that I can never bring it to a 9-round event because you have to hit Sleep Powders and Precipice Blades and Meteor Beams for 9 rounds, and I just hate losing rounds due to bad luck, and you're just going to lose like 3 to 4 games over the course of the tournament due to bad luck, and you have to win those 2-1s very consistently.
Bro, you brought Aerodactyl to Worlds and you just said, I'm going to click Rock Slide.
No, I brought that to
You're not allowed to say
I
that.
brought that to Nationals after I had my Worlds invite. It was different. And
Built different.
Did we play it then? When did I play you using
no,
an arrow?
you played that. You played me in Madison, and I went 5-2. I had no matchup for Ferrothorn, and my 2 losses were both to Ferrothorn.
Think of Aerodactyl. Is this still a real mod?
Well, plus ratio.
Is
My-
Aerodactyl a real mon?
I think so, but one of my favorite Pokemon moments ever was my Ferrothorn, my AV Ferrothorn with Bulldoze, taking 2 knockouts against Adi with his Nihilego Raichu on the board. And just pressing the meatiest Bulldoze I've ever seen in my life and killing everything.
Gosh, and this is the first I've heard of this, and I'm very happy.
Okay, but that
Audio
matchup
note,
did come
I would
down.
think-
That matchup came down to my Evil Tall got to click 2 Dark Pulses into the Ferrothorn before it died, and I didn't get a flinch.
You
I-
what it said
the
that it
matchup
was
shouldn't have come down to
me
that.
right to, of course, like
I
first
definitely was relying a lot on just like matchupping through you. I'm just talking about that one moment where I'm looking at Nihilego Raichu and my Bulldoze Ferrothorn saying, "I will see blood."
Roger said he had an AV Ferrothorn into those 2 Pokemon. It doesn't matter. The rest did not matter. Like, you had no matchup, and that's fine. Like, you couldn't do anything about that.
So funny. No, actually, it wasn't even AV Ferrothorn. It just had Bulldoze, and I just got to look at those guys. I'm just like, you are down.
Yep.
Adi, I know you're time conscious. It takes a long time to get into game 1, and then after game 1, there's like a legit real life 45-minute wait until like game 2 because there's like a judge issue or something like that.
Are you serious? Holy
Oh,
crap!
shit.
Yeah. So I would just fast forward. If I
Thank
was
you.
Oh, I was waiting.
Game
Yeah.
1 might be just about to start, but after game 1, like game 2 is like 45 minutes in real life time.
Okay, good to know. So this is, yeah, I think this is probably the right lead. you are Goggles Thunderous and you need to deal with a Venusaur.
Like the Groudon gets a ton of value here, and
Support
Palkia.
on you, right? Support.
Yeah, it has to be.
So the thing about Palkia is that it has so many moves it can run, and I'm curious whether Ike decided that there were some better things to do with it.
Good call by Ike.
This is probably Protect, right? Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Does it not have max ground?
Or it doesn't have Trick Room. I just think it just doesn't have Trick Room.
Probably no Trick Room. I think P2.
Oh, it's probably Shuckle Berry and Sin then. Definitely
Shuckle.
Shuckle Berry and Sin.
I think nowadays it's like standard to have Shuckle.
Yeah, I'm just talking about that specific position there.
Mhm.
Was very clearly a Shuckle Berry and Sin, and it looks like I just did not care. And went all in, and is going to get caught by Shuckle Berry and Sin.
I mean, if you fake out the instant, you're not getting caught. Or if you just KO the instant with Wormwinds, which you don't.
Oh, I didn't kill. Maybe we'll kill with Flare Blitz. We're not faster. Okay. It's not bad.
I do want to say
Where
that
Incineroar's at in terms of speed these days? Sorry,
Literally
someone
everywhere.
else was saying stuff.
everywhere.
Okay.
I think I haven't changed off the 90 area, but I think every speed tier is still pretty relevant.
You
All
can
the way
run.
from
For every week, it gets speed crept by 1 point.
So my
By 2
understanding
points.
of instant speeds tiers are that you can run no speed and just put it all in bulk, which is what I like to do. Just because like if you're not going to run a ton of speed, you might as well run no speed. You can speed creep a little bit. 84 lets you underspeed min speed ogre. That's not really a thing, but it was at the beginning of the format. Then you keep going faster than that. You want to go a little faster if you're running like throat chop or taunts to hit other instants. There's the 90 speed area, and then there's also just like max speed. That is what a lot of Calyrex size teams like to run.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm a little surprised that there was no
Yeah,
taunt coming out
nothing.
last turn because he kind of got punished for that.
I think you just wanted to not.
I'm very excited to see the turn 2 Moongeist. Oh, wait. I was hoping it would be another Meteor Beam. I read
Oh,
and
it's
Beam.
not Goggles.
It is, yeah, okay. That explains the switch out turn 1. It must be Goggles Instant.
Yeah. Well, that sure was a Maxmon.
That's Palkia for you.
90% and then has done nothing. That's okay. We love them all the same. Yeah. Crit?
I do like how Casti like played at his own pace this game.
Yeah.
He controlled the pacing a lot better. That was like switching out Venusaur turn 1 to Groudon so that if Palkia goes from Max Geyser into Incineroar, it does less, and he got the parting, and then switching Groudon back out so that he can conserve it later for Sun.
Casti hasn't maxed yet, right?
No.
No, this game's
Cassie
pretty
has
over.
barely clicked moves.
Casti is at -1, but he is getting more damage.
He's at -2, I think. He had a parting shot, and then he got Eerie Impulsed on that Lunala.
Oh, did he? I thought
Yeah,
he
well,
went Eerie
yeah.
Impulse.
Yeah, he did get Eerie Impulsed.
I guess he's -2.
How much
Yeah, I'm
damage
wrong.
is Cassie going to take from Palkia?
And then he got one back
I'm-
Meteor Beam.
That's true.
The Palkia is probably almost out of spatial rent
Oh.
PP.
Here come that Vine Lash, though. Big boy Vine.
Yep, and like he has to deal with the taunt versus Eerie Impulse. Although I think you Eerie Impulse this turn. I don't think you care about getting put to sleep again. Nope.
Yeah.
I guess not.
I think that was wrong. I just think you say what is
Right.
like, my Pokemon are doing no damage. Like the Palkia is doing some damage, but like you need to KO
Yeah,
it eventually.
It's sitting there at -1, and he just wants a
Guys,
Vine
is that
Lash.
5? Is that 5 Moongeists?
What's going to run out of PP? Oh,
Yeah, PP, yeah.
what's
Palkia
going to run
has
out of
pressure
PP
too.
first? The Moongeist or the spatial rent?
Well, Palkia has pressure, so if you're Moongeisting into Palkia, you're actually like losing PP really quickly.
Oh yeah, but most of it
Yes,
went
he
into
hasn't been-
Thunderous for like 4 turns.
Yeah, he hasn't been clicking it. No worries. Venu Quake
Adi,
does
would
no
you
damage.
PP max Water Spout on Kyogre, yes or no?
Yes, but I used it in the IC and I regretted it once, where I needed to struggle to KO something. I needed to struggle to KO Shedinja. Honestly, there's an argument to not PP max just to KO Shedinja.
For Scarf.
That's very fair.
For Scarf, yes, for Scarf.
I think that's very fair.
No, it
So you're
isn't.
telling me I should be running
Ah,
Pressure Corviknight alongside my Shedinja? No, wait. Wrong. No, wrong. Never mind.
Oh yeah.
Don't want to
I forgot
deplete
there
their
was
PP.
Pokemon. Huh. Well, we saw a whole instant. Actually, it's not really a whole instant. It's like a tiny instant.
Kunal has entirely nerd typed me. I'm trying to figure out what the name of this drink is, and I don't know what it is. But I also don't know if that's a great topic of conversation while this game's going on.
It came a lot closer than I thought it would be, but yeah, they had
But
Flare.
yeah,
So.
I mean, Casty just like
Well, they had Quake too, actually. So I guess it's
yeah. I mean, this team just does so little damage once Palkia is max, and unless you like position the Zacian really well, and you just have to find better ways to get value out of your Palkia maxed, and that's kind of what it came down to.
Yep. Oh, it's Shucka, so not goggles. I guess no goggles.
Oh, that's just
Just
disrespectful. I don't like that at all.
There's just no goggles there.
Audie, just fast forward. I'm telling you, it's like real life 15-minute wait.
You are not kidding. It is a full 26-minute
20
wait.
minutes.
It felt like
that's
way
about
longer.
20
This
minutes.
round looked so. What was the judge called about? Do we know?
I don't remember. I don't know what happened. I don't even know if this is like game 3 or game 2 that they're going into.
This is game 2. They're going into.
No, yeah. I felt like they were playing in the meantime, but then something happened.
Bless the commentators for having to fill 20 minutes of time.
They did a really
Yeah.
good job.
Literally what Audie was talking about before the stream started. There's so much dead time in Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, we need like an inside the NBA style commentary desk that they go to in between rounds, and they just talk shit like we're doing right now. They just talk about whatever.
Oh, that's why they did. They didn't like Casty's pop off apparently.
No, we need more pop offs. That's my take.
Pop offs are great.
VGC players suck at popping off.
That is also true. People suck at
Jody
popping
has
off.
awesome pop-offs.
Sajin has a pretty good iconic
Sajin's
pop
got
off.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm
the whole
terrible at
like
pop-offs
he
myself.
likes short Yukins and everything, dude.
Yeah, true. I would not want to fight Seijun in a 2D fighter.
So,
Are you talking about? Well, to be fair, Seijun also plays every single Pokemon thing, including Pokken Tournament. And if he plays Pokken and Smash, meaning fighting games, he has to have a pop off.
That's true.
so going back to the game, I see that Ike brought Rillaboom and did not respect the Sleep Powder, which was the correct play. But this Max Venusaur is just going to do so much if it isn't Eerie Impulsed. And
Where's the Thunderous? If
That's-
there's no Thunderous, then that means there's no it's Thunder Sorensen, right?
I think Thunderous is
Like-
really bad here, though. I think Thunderous just
Yeah.
does very little, but you just gave the Venusaur grassy terrain now. So it's just going to do so much damage. Now you kind of...
You're
yeah.
dead. You're dead.
This is
Yep.
bad.
Yeah.
Rough.
That didn't matter. He's just dead.
Y'all, I know we're watching the game, and this is embarrassing, and we're on stream, but I really just have to say it. I am an actual attorney, and every time I still have to do it, I always have to Google how to mail a letter. Literally every single time. I am always Googling. At this point, I'm favoriting this wonderful thing. Like, I always have to Google that. How to
Is it like where to write the address and like how
Where
to
to write
do that,
it.
or is it just like how do you physically mail it? Like, do you go to the post office?
No,
Doesn't it get printed? Can't you like print it?
We have our office administrator will physically mail it. I just have to write it on the envelope. I didn't know where to.
Can you print it, like, or find?
Sorry, hold up. Was that Snarl Rillaboom?
Ugh.
Let's go back. I was more engrossed in
Rajan's
Rajan's story.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not
Okay.
Rillaboom.
That
It
is
is
Snarl
Snarl
Rillaboom.
Huh.
Is this one of
Is
the?
that not a Zoroark?
It gets Snarl?
It gets Snarl.
It
Yeah.
does get.
It does.
It
Yeah.
also gets knockoff, which is a better dark move most of the time.
No,
but-
Snarl's kind of big. Snarl contributes a lot to.
I don't know if Rillaboom is the mon to be clicking it though.
The idea is to I think the idea is just deny value out of stuff, right?
Out of what?
And I don't know, man. I don't know.
You know the metagame. There's only like 15 Pokemon.
No one knows the metagame. We're looking at these teams.
I'm just saying, there isn't much that I actually want to snarl with Rillaboom.
Yeah, I
I'd rather
prefer
just
like
attack
grass
them.
gliding and knocking off.
The
But, like-
letter, the envelope.
I play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I just have a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so I have to mail cards and receive mail a lot, so I've gotten used to it.
Yeah, well, I hate it.
I'm just surprised that too bad your office administrator doesn't have like something that can print out the mailing letter like label for you. That way you don't even have to do that. That would be great.
I'm not above writing the address on the envelope. I just don't remember how to.
Oh no, I don't. That's not what I'm saying. That way you could just send them the address, and then you don't have to worry about figuring out how to do it.
Right. Kunal is exactly right. You need to snarl common special threats like Charizard and Kyogre with your Rillaboom. That's what you gotta be doing.
You need to though.
Yeah, like what else are you gonna do to those Pokemon?
I mean, honestly, I don't know.
What hammer?
You're gonna snarl the Zapdos and the Tornadus and the Palkia that's next to the Calyrex Ice.
Are you
What hammer
suggesting?
for 25%?
Are you suggesting that Rillaboom doesn't match up well in those circumstances, or doing something else?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Can Ike get through this? I don't think so. I don't know what he does with two Pokemon. One
Also,
Pokemon.
it's crazy, Matt. Like you have game 1, then you have
Oh,
25 minutes to figure out your game 2 plan.
Okay, I guess it's lightning Palkia.
that's fair. Wait, so we saw Wormwind and Lightning.
Lightning.
We didn't see
and
Quake, did
Earth.
we?
No.
So it just dropped Earth Power, which I just strongly disagree with. I don't like this team at all, man. Max Quake is the best move you can click on Palkia.
It's the only.
Did you drop like Max Worm? Oh, we also have Max Wormwind.
Yeah.
Didn't you drop like Wormwind or Geyser once?
We dropped Wormwind
Or
for Max Hailstorm in at Salt Lake City. We just said we're not Wormwinding anything. Hailstorm hits all the grass types that otherwise are you trying to sit in front of you, like hit the Thunderous that they want to put in front of you. It makes the Kyogre matchup theoretically an auto win. No, Gavin lost to it. Gavin lost to Aaron Trailer, who had some text for our team as well. But
I guess I just struggle with Dynamaxes that don't change the board state. And for Palkia, you only change the board state if you kill something.
you kill things. That's the point.
You kill
I
things
know.
all the time.
That's the
I
question.
mean, this one only killed one thing.
Yeah, this one didn't do very well. I like that. Okay, I
Is
like
he
that they
showing under his
gave
shirt?
him a T-shirt so they wouldn't advertise, and then he just was like, "Nah, I'm doing it anyways."
Yeah, that was great. I gotta go for
Alright.
now.
Alright.
I'm heading off too.
All right.
Yeah. I
Good
thought that
watching.
the
Have fun.
advertisement was pretty funny.
All right.
Uh,
Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. I hope that everyone else sticks around. I'm sticking around for till the end
I'm
of this.
here.
Nice. All right. And Arsenal, this is a round when you stopped watching, right?
I actually did watch this round.
Okay.
It's it gives stress to VGC players if you had to face up into this, like just a headache kind of play.
Mhm.
We are going to see like an interesting restricted duo though.
Okay. We got 2 well-dressed players as well. So
Got Market.
Oh, there's even one a little bad.
Marcus, I think he started like 0-2, and then he ended up going 7-2.
Marcus said that he went 0-2, 7-2.
Is this what it looked like in live events before this?
Internet.
The table.
There weren't masks.
Well,
I don't think this is
That
what the
table looks
background looked like either, but the table looks pretty similar.
Yeah, I want that kind of table.
I was talking about more like a Switch setup with the dock.
We had 2 of those basically before COVID. And I don't.
Ooh.
I do think that they were kind of like this though.
Okay.
Lunadon.
So this is PokeRef, right? That's
Yes.
So PokeRef is running Lunadon. This is a very different version of Lunadon than what we just saw.
What
But
is that?
and then the other one is Kyurem White, I assume. They're using the base
Yeah.
form. Kyurem White and Groudon, along with Ditto and Sableye. Very cool.
How did Casper bring 6 Pokemon, but in effect have 2? I'm looking at Casper's team, and I see the combined amount. I see the combined sum of 2 Pokemon.
Dude, you were talking about Sableye for so long, like a month
When?
ago.
What format? Name it.
This format, just like a month
Wasn't
ago.
me. Wasn't me. Talk to John. That wasn't me.
I wasn't talking.
I have not been hyping Sableye, brother.
No.
Lugia, maybe, not Sableye.
Sableye is a Lugia enabler.
So
No, it's not. And use Grimmsnarl.
No.
That- I mean, we're gonna see, right? We got Sableye versus Grimmsnarl on the docket right now. Charizard looks like it almost solos Casper's team. He is very reliant on like sleeping it with Venusaur or Sableyeing through it, or just winning the speed tie, I guess.
Or having 2 Charizards.
I think that PokeRef seems pretty favored here, though. Well, maybe not. Kyurem's good into the rest of the team for
I would
against
love
PokeRef.
for Casper to have 2 Charizards on the field. Can we get 3 Zards on the field this game?
Right, but like Kyurem is so weak to Zacian and just managed to hit not a Zacian. Maybe it is Kyurem's time. Because okay, here's the Kyurem take that totally half-baked Kyurem take. Kyurem is really good when your opponent doesn't have a Zacian. Every other team is pretty good in 2. Zacian is really bad in Terinia Sun to the point where people are dropping it for Yveltal, for Lunala, for we saw Dialga go undefeated in Swiss. What if actually that was a Dialga Zacian team? But
The Dialga that wasn't defeated had a Zacian.
yeah, but
That was
means that
you saw that.
maybe Kyurem is the meta call because
It's not.
people are dropping
Anyway.
Zacian.
No, it's not. Anyway, the team that you just said that went undefeated in Swiss was the one that I was talking about earlier. Really liking.
I have not watched it, but I saw the top 32 teams or whatever. I looked at them, so that team did look sick. I liked it a lot.
There was one specific idea that I was just like, that is a solution to a problem, and you committed to the solution, and I like it.
Yeah. Do you know if Javier was on stream?
Yeah, round 7.
Okay, cool. We'll get to that then. I'm excited to watch that because I think that team is also very cool.
To signpost it, like, it was
We'll get
just,
to it.
I found, yeah, okay, fine.
We should talk about the match that's on screen right now and not the match that we're going to talk about round 7.
Yeah, but Kieran's gonna die to a Charizard, and that's really...
It's not. No, it's. You don't have anything
I-
Kyurem's natural bulk.
No.
I
don't.
think that Lunala is favored. Lunala also gets to Meteor Beam the Kyurem, which is pretty cool. Or like Max Rockfall. I also think PokeRaf is a more well-known player. I don't know much about Casper, but
The classic.
I'm thinking the Lunala wins.
Wait, this is not.
Babe Zard!
This seems very good for PokeRaf.
Yeah, it seems bad for Casper. I don't really know what Sableye gets to do unless it runs like Shadow Sneak or Crossplay or something.
You get to like
You get-
quash,
you
but
get
then you
to-
don't KO the Lunala anyways, or you get to foul play it, but then you probably lose your Zard
You're
first.
probably losing your Zard because it's getting a wrong fault or.
Adam's in the wildfire.
Oh, okay.
Didn't consider
Never
that
mind.
one. Nice.
There you
Alright, bye, buddy.
Damn.
Gamer.
back.
Oh, you get crit
Casper is gaming.
I take it back. This mod is based. Grimmsnarl doesn't ally switch. I'm so stupid.
True.
I love
true.
it. Just
We weren't believers.
Immediately owned.
And now he's free quash.
I got immediately owned.
Honestly,
if you aren't,
is Sableye the only dark ally switcher? There's got to be more, right?
Stop it.
there's gotta be more.
Why? Stop it.
What do you mean? I think it's legitimately an option. If you just want your Mon to not get hit by Grimmsnarl, 50-50 way out of it.
Why are you
Yeah, but
looking at
Sableye can ally switch for fake
Oh,
out.
Rockfall Zard.
Why are you looking at that combination of traits, John, and saying that's
Wait.
what I want in my
That's true. Sableye can ally switch before fake out.
That is like that's the niche.
But you'd have to run like max speeds Sableye.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's got a
ghost,
sash
man.
anyways.
Yeah, who cares?
It's
You
got a sash.
max-
Who cares?
You max
True.
the up. What are you talking about?
Ally switch is only +2, homie.
It's a ghost, man.
It's got
And
prankster,
it's Prankster.
so it's +3.
And the other guy Dynamaxed.
Oh. It does
Yeah,
have
but what
power
if
play.
you have stabilization?
You know, I was the one that was actually. I thought I was ahead of the class, but it turned out I was far behind the class. The +3 prio. I was not thinking about.
I don't know, man. Sableye does seem pretty good.
No, Max. Okay, Max Sableye to ally switch for the Zacian before it gets fake outed. That's funny.
See, the thing is that doesn't matter for Casper because he doesn't have position.
Yeah, but
I can't
I
believe
think-
that Casper killed the Lunala and Pokéref still has 2 restricteds on field. That's crazy.
That is crazy, actually. Is Sableye dead?
no.
It's
Oh,
eject
really?
button.
I don't know. Sableye kind of won in the game on this turn. Oh,
Stop based. I take it back. I am a hater and a half
wait. Can we just kill the Zard with our own Zard?
with our
Or
own.
can we kill the Groudon with our Zard?
I don't know if
Take
Blast
poison.
Bird gets started from here. It certainly
Yeah,
gets
I don't
Groudon.
know. So we're protecting our own Groudon. Like, Casper's going to protect his Groudon and then get Sableye in and then just kill from there? I don't know. Maybe you do kill the the Charizard with your Ditto.
I think Sableye is more likely to kill the Charizard than it is the Groudon, so you prioritize the Groudon.
What? Wait, what?
Or
Why'd
you just
do
die.
What?
That feels like you're just wasting a turn.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't like your Groudon takes 800,000 through Protect.
Like
Oh.
just KO the Groudon when you have the chance.
Yeah.
I
That
think
seems
they probably know their Sableye set better than we do. It probably doesn't have an attacking move if that was the decision.
No, that's
I
probably.
mean, it's got to have fake out Quash, right? Or unless
And
it's
it- we-
Switch Trick.
Ally That's right. So we
It's
It has,
saw
Switch
it has
Quash,
Trick Ally Switch.
foul play
You don't get
and something else.
Trick
We
Ally
saw
Switch
Foul Play,
Quash.
right?
Yeah, we did. It
Oh,
killed
okay.
me with it.
So you
then
can't
if
have
it was
fake
foul
out
play-
then.
Yeah, no fake out.
If it was foul play, then it probably was just supposed to use that to beat the
Why?
Charizard. I don't know why we're deciding that we don't want to do damage of anything.
Why?
I mean, you're just in the same game state, but you have less health. And there's
Oh, I got
Dynamax is
dodging
over,
through
but
the-
that doesn't really matter.
Okay. Well, I don't think this matters because you're still did the bonfire anyway. And we're taking still a card again.
I mean,
2 more turns.
if it has Quash and Heat Wave, you're still okay, right?
The Quash Wave wins the game.
Yeah, Quash Wave. I guess that was the game.
Yeah. 81% of the time, yeah.
If it's Scarf, you need to Quash.
Yeah, if it's Scarfield. But they protected already, so you don't want it to be...
Oh, wait,
does
they just
have-
don't have Quash.
They have Quash. No, I saw it.
We saw Quash.
We saw.
I thought we saw Foul Play, or did we not see Foul
It's
Play?
fake. It's fake
We saw
Quash,
Foul Play.
Foul Play, and Ally Switch. What a set!
Huh, okay.
The Swiss Knife Save Lie. It has 4 moves, and we didn't guess any of them correctly at all.
Speak for yourself, man.
No, no,
Don't you know about Burns Law?
No. What is Burns' Law? Is that
If
his
it
voodoo head?
gets fake out, it runs fake out.
That's the Burns Law?
Yeah.
I gotta say, that's not as memorable as the Paul Chua Law.
That's why I'm always running fake out
Oh.
female and DD.
No,
I mean, yeah, people run.
God, you're not thinking about the Paltrua law. You're thinking about the Paltrua fake out, which is if it runs Twinkle Tackle and is a Tapu Koko, it Twinkle Tackles your Tapu Koko first and kills it. That's the Paltrua fake out.
No, it's not.
That is not the what?
In
No,
20,
the Paltrua fake out was like you T-volt para full para.
okay. In 2017, it was a Coco v Coco. Ignore the twackle.
Well, I'm not talking
No,
about
it wasn't, dude.
homie.
Okay.
That was the nails fake out.
That was
Stabilize art again because that worked so well the first time. Oh, see, this time he learned. Don't try to
Just meat beam. Just raw meat beam.
just raw meat beam.
I don't like the words raw meat beam.
Meat the beam.
You want to at least cook your meat beam, right?
It's also not a raw meat beam if you have a power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
but
just saying. Like, you don't want to get salmonella from your meat beam.
it's a powerful meat beam.
So do we know the Sableye doesn't have trick, or did we? Yeah, we saw all four moves, right? But it's just a jack
It
button.
has a jack button. It doesn't have trick.
Because tricking the Lunala and taking away its power herb is also very funny.
That just,
We're gonna see the 5-move Sableye.
oh,
Swap the Sableye sets between rounds.
okay, but what if we just
Okay, yep. Just you gotta turn one ally switch every game.
You got it.
we're streaming? Good. Okay, but the thing is that you're just gonna meat beam into the Sableye slot, and that's free. Oh, is that AV Zard then? I guess. Oh no, sun's not up. They just move guys too. He just really wants to
That's fair.
Sableye out.
No,
Understand?
that's reasonable.
But
It's good damage into Zard too. Wait, no. It doesn't. This doesn't actually get rid of Sableye. It is a eject button. It just switches out.
True.
You should still meat beam that slot because you hit the Zard switch in. Or the Kyurem switch in, not the Groudon switch in, but
Insane. But are we gonna see the ancient power? Oh, there's speed tying on it. See, that was a kill if you went to Groudon. I guess we're just foul playing
yeah, that's fair.
for damage.
That was the airstream into Lunala is a pretty clear indicator the next turn is going to be foul play.
Okay.
Now we're gonna rockfall.
One more piece of evidence for your max speed in Sableye, and this is just something I know. Max speed plus speed nature max speed Sableye hits 112. So if you airstream into the foul play or something like that, then you can at the very least outrun the Charizard.
It sure
Plus
does
one.
that.
We'll get there at +1.
Max speed Sableye or real mon.
Max speed Sableye kind of popping off.
I think it also outspeeds pretty much every relevant fake out
Uh,
That's like a slow support.
well, Jolly Grimmsnarl. There might be Rillabooms that are faster than Grimmsnarl, so that you can Grassy Glide before faster than Jolly Grimmsnarl, so you can Grassy Glide before a Prankster Scary Face or something.
It's true.
Those would be the only real and then there's Raichu kind of things.
Persian. Yeah.
Persian. So I think there's enough. But it does get through Incin, which is the primary one to dualization, right? Because Incin needs to be Jolly to outrun plus speed.
We got part. Wait, neither team got up Wildfire. No Wildfire at all?
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
They were just let's just airstream a bunch.
Did Pokéraf click Wildfire? I know Casper didn't because he clicked
I don't
Airstream,
think
Airstream, Rockfall.
It looks like no, because otherwise... Oh, well, I guess we'll see at the end of this turn.
Yeah, okay. Pokéraf did.
Okay. Casper didn't.
I think Casper's turn 2 is supposed to be Wildfire, and then turn 3 got to be Quash Rockfall. Airstream is less important when you have a Sableye.
It's true. This is funny. I didn't think Casper had a good matchup, but I guess he does, just because Sableye exists and it's funny.
I mean, I'm eating bro at this moment, right?
Oh, greedy. What are we doing?
Um,
Well, wait. The Groudon outsped the Lunala, huh?
yep.
It's actually
That's-
not greedy at all.
You
Just
can like what? Rock
straight
Slide?
fair.
Precipice Blades?
So you
Does it
want
get
for,
there?
Keyblades.
Precipice Blades
Right
gets there,
now?
yeah. That's
Yeah,
fair,
because
yeah.
they're +2.
Yep.
That's totally fair. You either get the Swords Dance or you like blast burn the Lunala to incinerate. Like that's a pretty good trade. Although now you're down to just Groudon, so you're gonna have to land all these blades.
And now the Groudon is at +1, I think. So it's gonna. Oh, and BC Protect. Okay.
It's gonna be you need to hit a bunch of Precious Tools. Maybe that was supposed to be another Swords Dance right there.
That would be. I mean, you had to call that turn, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like you have to call it, but well, maybe it still gets there. We missed anyway. It didn't matter. This should kill. Looks like a Jolly Groudon. No defense investment.
There you go.
Alright, well, that was interesting. Wait, we're still in round 4? Oh, is this just like game 2 of round 4?
No, this is the second game. This is the lunch break.
Gotcha.
Although I imagine after the Casty game, they really might have pushed like the might have delayed the they might have having 2 games might have delayed the lunch break a little bit.
Well, even though the team is whack, I'm still rooting for the same one. There we go, baby. The commitment. We're gonna see how I switch turn 1. 3 games in a row. That's what
I think that I really think that you Airstream Meteor Beam the Sableye and you get a ton of value out of it. Like you either they have to.
This is
Oh wait, no, you don't.
Foul play.
Now you have to Airstream Moongeist Beam because they switch sides. So now if they don't ally switch and you Airstream, they parting shot out and they have to go into Ditto and get Moongeist Beamed, or they go into Groudon and take a ton from the Moongeist Beam.
This is where your Airstream foul play line is gonna work.
Oh, that's not Airstream foul play.
That actually kills the Lunala this turn if you just go for it and you win speed. That's so funny.
So one thing that Agati did when I played him in Victory Road. Oh yeah, that just murders.
Dead.
He was very cognizant.
Oh, you're dead then.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I guess this is AV, so you're not dead yet.
Do we know it was AV Zard?
Yeah.
I don't think that looks like AV Zard.
I thought it was.
Avisar just dies. You need Shorty Berry to live this.
Oh, really? Okay. I guess I'm just not with it on the calcs on Zard.
I made that up. I'm just assuming because Zard sucked.
Okay.
One of the things that Agati did, that he was very cognizant of how I led my Pokemon, like in what order, and made a point to like switch up his lead order, even if he was keeping the same Pokemon, just to like throw Ditto game plans off. And I think that's something that you need to keep in mind when you're playing against the Ditto, is whether your opponent is
Yeah.
kind of doing the same thing every time or not, because the sides matter a lot when you have Ditto.
Yeah. Also, if you're max Timid Lunala, Assault Vest Charizard,
What the
106%
fuck?
min.
Wait. Oh, it's because they're both plus. Duh. I was like, wait. Why did that go speed? Oh, that sucks.
Wait,
What does it actually?
how'd they make this their board state? Oh, okay. I was not paying attention. I did not realize that Pokéref had a switch in. It's like, whoa.
Pokérap has another switch in remaining.
Yeah. But yeah, John, Avizard eats it from the Meteor Beam.
Like takes the hit.
No, it takes 106% min.
Ooh. Wow, that was pretty embarrassing.
I guess he's like reading the protect there.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Because I feel like if you have the chance to KO the Lunala, you have to take it there. But and also if it protects, then you're in such a bad spot. So I get it.
Yeah, now you just gotta hope for a bunch of P-Blade misses and stuff, and also hope the last one's not an instant, which it definitely is. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
use die.
Good for Pokéraf not getting tilted, because I definitely would have gotten tilted after that game one. Sablei's kind of cool.
I think
Kyurem,
it's kind of cool.
less so.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm running it next to it, Kyurem, and I also don't know if I'm running it with those four. I think Fake Out I think Fake Out's good. And Ally Switch is good. Quash is probably better.
I personally just hate game plans that involve Ally Switch. I know that it gives you a lot of value a lot of the time, but it just really sucks to be like, my response really awkward board state.
I think it works.
Ally Switch eject button is pretty cool with Ditto specifically.
Not sure if it's good anywhere else.
Kind of more control over what you
I do buy it.
I will be right back. I gotta go to the restroom. You guys gotta entertain chat.
Okay, chat. How many fingers am I holding up? I'll give you 5 guesses, and also I can't read your chat, so you're gonna have to figure out the hard read on how many fingers am I holding.
5 guesses out of 10 fingers.
Yeah. But what you don't know is that I'm including my toes in this.
Well, you're not holding up your toes unless you're just a freak.
Uh-huh. What makes you say that?
Oh, boy. Boy, do I. I would rather you not. So, John, how many fingers were you holding up?
None, actually.
What a bait.
Yeah, I know. So this was what, 9-round top 32. Some
Yeah.
SPs made cut.
I saw folks being like, we resist that. I very strongly do not think a top 32 cut with X3s should extend to an all X3 day 2. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, that is absolutely fair. I don't think if it's top 32 and some X3s get in, well, good for them. It should not
I
extend
think
to
the
every
better
other X3.
is if it's going to be top 32, just don't have any X3s make it in.
Oh, and then just cut to whatever and have some
Cut to 2 at that point, the X2.
Yeah. That probably should happen. Because, I mean, these events are already super long.
And it's a 2-day event. It's not like it actually really adds that much time. Kind of making it like a 25-person X2 versus a 32-person, or like 25-person day 2 versus a 32-person day 2 doesn't do anything.
I think we should just stop being babies about resistance.
I do kind of think we could stop being babies about resistance.
Absolutely.
It is theoretically a concept, despite everybody having been affected by it.
Listen, if you don't want to lose, if you don't want to miss cut on resistance, here's my best advice.
You John Who sage wisdom.
The best advice I can give you to not miss cut on resistance is just don't lose. Come on.
Just don't lose.
Just win, you're winning it, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, if you have low resistance, then why didn't you like win your games?
It's a really annoying take I think we're having at this exact moment. I think our chat is just like, why does he associate with such terrible people? But I do think for this specific event, it definitely should not have extended to an all X3 cut. So then the question
we
is
cut his viewership in half talking about like,
so we went from
resistance.
we went from 2 people to 1.
No, we went 4 to 2.
Dang. That's tough. Does the 2 include you?
It's probably just me and Rajan, yeah.
I'm not watching though.
Oh.
Anyway, I know what it's like to have shitty resistance.
It's a family stream, buddy.
Oh.
We don't say those words.
I know what it's like to have city resistance.
The word is poopy. We talked about feet and resistance.
That's a lie. I did not talk about.
If you guys get me banned from Twitch, I'm banning you from this chat.
Oh no,
John, you definitely talked about feet.
No.
Don't worry. You're allowed to talk about feet on Twitch. Okay.
We kind of ruined the stream by being unanimously pro resistance.
I am absolutely pro resistance.
What's that bird?
I just very much would not have wanted to put the main takeaway, Adi, is just I would not have wanted to push this to like an all X3 cut by any means.
Oh no, that'd be awful. Okay, I don't actually hate after day 2 a hard X3 top cut because that's like top 12 or something. That's not bad, but not X3 for making it to day 2. So moving on to round 5. This is a hype matchup too.
What's Nils got? I like Blastoise. I really, really, really do. I just wish, for the most part, it wasn't invalidated as hard in the matchups you'd want to bring it by the very existence of Gastrodon. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I'm so excited for round 7. I love that solution.
Nils is, obviously one of the best players in the world. He is known for using like hyper offensive stuff. This is not surprising in the slightest. I'm surprised he's not using like a more aggressive version of Caloric Shadow, if anything.
Where's my
but this team is like. I don't think there's going to be a Mienshao on stream. I expect you to cut Indy with it, and then we can talk about it more.
Okay. I will take you up on that then.
I did run Mienshao. There was a Mienshao Calyrex team in Series 8. That was a real team. But
I know.
That was Pato's team, actually.
I think it's got it's the same foundation, except this time you needed to run a rock move or all the rid of
Mm-hmm.
And even if it doesn't kill, you can dent it enough where it just dies to its own recoil. Maybe they still get a wildfire. I don't know what you're going to do about that.
But Nils using a pretty standard team. I think we've seen this 6 before. Taran using Torn Ogre, which isn't too surprising. Or not Torn Ogre, Zacian Ogre. Because he top cut Liverpool with that core. He had an Urshifu on the team at the time. Urshifu Whimsicott. I forget which Pokemon he dropped. But seems to have made a small adjustment to his team. But I think Zacian Ogre was definitely the call for this tournament. I know others disagreed with me, but I feel like it's just so far and away the second best team or one of the top 2 teams. But there are so many more ways to build it. And so while people were like honed in on dealing with Rinya Sun and very specifically the those 6 Pokemon, you couldn't prep for Zacian Ogre the same way because there were so many different ways to build that team. So people were going to be less prepared for it, and you were going to know your line into the best team. And I think that made it what I would bring to this tournament if I was going, if I could find a good way to build it.
I definitely don't disagree with that take because when you'll hear people building or like playing a lot, you'll hear picks like, what is your Rinnia Sun mode? Like, what is your Sun matchup? And you need to have like 4 dedicated Pokemon for the matchup. And you're like, well, what do you do? And then folks are like, and what do you do against Zach Ogre? Or what do you do against Palkia? And then you have your 4 mons in mind, but different mix-ups definitely invalidate some of those options. And there's a lot more matchups where you only have like 3 good Pokemon to bring, and you have to bring a dead slot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Decision Ogre, you have so many different ways you can build it. And so if you find a way to build it that they aren't prepared for, you're more likely to have a dead slot, or at least like have the advantage in terms of preparation, if nothing else, while still using, but you're not using shit ones. You're just using like the best team or the second best team. So yeah. I'm interested to see what Taran has planned. Although this is not the matchup that I would be like. Actually, this is a pretty difficult matchup normally for I think for Zacian Ogre. So I guess this is probably a good thing to look at from turns.
What do you think? What do you think Nils' Blastoise set is? Is there a specific Blastoise that people use? Because I've seen that variant of like Zach Ogre with just like those mons, and I generally see like walk-in Blastoise.
Mm-hmm.
Because the team just generally is traditionally so lucky weak.
That's what I would expect as well.
Like, what moves does Blastoise even use? Like, you throw Hydro Cannon on it, you throw Fake Out on it. What else do you even do?
Icy Wind, Yawn, Helping Hand.
Yeah.
Fair.
Like, I think you're okay running just mono water for your aggressive mode, and then you're cool just using Max Strike to assist when you end Max, and like Yawn to apply Sleep Pressure, Switch Pressure, whatever. And then
I think you want Icy Wind.
Icy Wind is pretty common. Yeah.
You can still click Max Hailstorm, and it's good into grass types.
Yeah, so like you've got a lot of utility there. It's just like aggressive Life Orb Hyper offense.
We just Hydro Cannon on the Turtley
Why
boy.
did
Though.
that not kill?
Wait, what did he press?
He pressed Airstream, but it didn't kill the Whimsicott, so I'm just confused.
Going back.
Was it Koba? Yeah, it's probably just Koba.
No, it wasn't Koba.
Fake Out. Max Airstream. Yeah,
like
what the?
130.
So that's gotta be like max defense.
Max defense, Eevee to lift Life Orb Airstream for Regieleki?
I don't think it's Life Orb. I didn't see the Life Orb.
That we just saw Life Orb recoil.
Oh, did you? Okay, never mind.
I'm sorry, I'm going back again. Did we see Life Orb recoil?
Were these like Life Orb Lucky teams weak?
Or was that just a speed boost? I thought that was Life Orb recoil.
This is a
There was Life Orb recoil.
No Life Orb recoil.
There was.
Oh yeah, there was.
What? See, now I'm even more confused. How does your Life Orb Airstream not kill?
Yeah. This is a mixed Alecki.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay.
Accidentally timid instead of naive.
I mean,
Should be.
I get why you run mixed Alecki. If you're not KOing Whimsicott with Max Airstream, what are you doing with it? You know, like why is it mixed? It's just not doing enough then.
Be fast. Just go.
Airstream is good, not Airstream is bad, I guess. Like, Airstream is still better than not Airstream.
Airstream is good to KO grass types that resist your electric moves.
I don't disagree, my friend.
But KOing grass types is the point. If you're not KOing grass types, what are you doing with it?
Mixed Alecki's kind of a based approach, though. I guess I kind of forgot that you can be, like, Rising Voltage and Bounce. The mon's not very good, so it's not like you're taking away from stats.
Mm-hmm.
We're double speed control with this time.
I think he ran that at Liverpool too. But
I didn't do.
That's fair. That's sort of like the hold up, sub calorie shadow. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I kind of want to run
Cool.
that because I was looking at the pool right now. It's like no wonder I didn't touch this one in Series 8. It's so bad.
But like you
moves,
don't max it
your moves
anymore,
are
right?
Astral Barrage and WoW, and that's it.
And people are moving away from like Snarl outside of AV Eviltal. So
yeah.
You don't fake out that turn?
This is what the Snarl Rillaboom is for. It's for the Nils mashup.
Bro, that was
Bruh.
so wasted. What the heck?
Bruh.
What did you expect was gonna happen?
Sub nasty plot. This Cali is based.
It's
Holy
losing
crap.
is what it is.
I mean, it is losing.
But also so based. Holy.
Is it
What
worth
item
revealing
is
that
it?
information in game one? Like, if you think game one's not going your way.
It's probably spell tag.
Yeah, it could be spell tag.
I mean, it has to be spell tag. It's not stash because it's sub and it's not life.
It's mono Astral
It's not-
Barrage.
3 attacks and Astral Barrage, baby. It's also -2 speed, so the Tailwind Petering doesn't do.
Does not matter at all. Yes.
Like, you're just dead, homie. Just accept the death. You maxed your Lecky and didn't kill the grass type. So
And then everything went wrong from there.
that's all on you, buddy. Okay. 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 You actually got a fake out? Did it actually kill? Okay.
Yo, Behemoth Blade is gonna run out of PP.
Oh, he's got it out. He's got like 4 more. 4 more?
Has he used 4 or has he used 5?
One of those. Oh. You know
And now the game is over.
Sometimes you just gotta accept your L's. Because what do we have in the
Practicality.
back? Probably like Zapdos, right? Is it Zapdos in the back or Cart in the back? Maybe it's Cart.
I think it's Cart.
Yeah. I mean, either way.
I mean, he hasn't Dynamax yet, right? Like,
He hasn't
he's-
Dynamax, so he just gets the Dynamax this mon and then he wins the game. Pretty suspicious card. Kind of looks like it's Sash. But it doesn't have any HP investment.
You can go max speed, max death pretty
What do you-
reasonably.
Oh, no, it has a little bit of HP investment. So it's probably AB. I mean, either way, I think it's still really bad. You get the Electro Web this turn, which is cool, I guess. I don't.
Is it not Wild Charge?
It's
We think
mixed.
so.
I think it's mixed, but so it doesn't have.
Either way, it's Spout. Like, just don't care about that. I'd rather get the damaging Ogre so I can max.
I mean, we
Instant
lost
or
that
do
word
something
before
like that.
too, so it's all good. If Kyogre lives the turn, it's fine. Kyogre doesn't live the turn. It's what?
Huh?
What is happening? Nils, what are you doing, homie?
Bruh.
Bro, if you wanted to bait the play, you should have just put the instant in first anyway. And then lost, I guess. I guess he made Kyogre.
Well, I mean, looks like Kyogre is living the turn, you know?
Yeah, it's, Cartana is not.
But, yeah, if that was an electric move into Ogre, then Nils maybe is not in an awful spot.
Yeah.
Because
Well-
the Cartana was dying anyways.
Well,
I guess the
it's
Cartana
just
wasn't
like-
dying if it maxed, right? And that was the reason why. He just expected the Cartana to Dynamax and needed the Intimidate off on it.
Everything went wrong once the Lucky Max and didn't get any value.
Yeah,
Yeah, quick
and the
airstream,
Calyrex died
perception,
without getting any
wait.
value.
Paraful para.
Wow.
So we just see Thunderbolt.
Close
There's
combat
not rising
Thunderbolt would have
voltage.
just won.
Interesting. Is there even an argument for doing that? I feel like if you're gonna go Life Orb, you can go Boom Go. You need to do just voltage.
Sure, there are reasons.
Using that because we're saving the information on moveset, probably. Yeah, because we're killing the defender. I hate how Kyogre just like curves his head down in Dynamax.
Max Radon looks good. Max Ogre looks...
Max Ogre is so disrespectful.
Yeah.
He has to curve his head down, and what an ugly head it is too.
Kyogre's got that nerd neck.
Why are you just roasting this appearance? Kyogre's just out here living its best spouty life. Like, you are an
No.
ugly, ugly bitch.
Kyogre is disgusting.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing.
For- Beat now Kyogre?
No, Kyogre sucks.
Bro.
Listen, did you live through peak Battle Revolution days,
No.
then obviously you don't understand.
What is
the 10-year-old kid slayer?
what? Oh.
Rajan, John, you have to understand that Rajan has never played a Pokemon game in his life.
I know.
That's Scarf Ogre at the end, right? I saw that tweet.
Yes. Well, the thing is the only way I could beat that was by just spamming Darkrai and Dark Void.
I saw that tweet. I'm horribly online. I don't know what game you're talking about, but I know the tweet that brought it to your attention.
No, it's something I already knew. Always.
Hey, brother.
Also, did you know Battle Revolution has a sleep clause, even in the doubles modes?
What? I did not know that.
Yeah. Isn't it wild? So, like, when you use Dark Void, it will guaranteed miss one Pokemon. It's actually really funny.
Wait, that's like a weird mechanic.
Yeah, the game is, like, hard-coded to have sleep clause in all of it.
So Dark Void is a 50-50 to sleep the one you want?
Yeah.
That's
pretty much.
It's just worse than Spore. That's crazy.
That's so nuts.
In fact, it might as well be worse than Hypnosis, because at least in Hypnosis you can target the one you want. And also in Battle Revolution, I think I said 70 accuracy, not 60.
So it's a
and
the one you want? That's
when
terrible.
when they played VGC on Battle Revolution, they were able to mod out to preview, but did they still have that sleep clause?
Good question. I have no idea.
Anyone here play VGC in 2008?
Anyone play
Alvin in here.
Oh, no. I'm a fossil, but I'm not that old.
You are a fossil.
I think you might want to
Yeah,
ask.
only by a few years, Enosh.
This time we're just swinging. Oh.
Okay, so this time we get to KO the Whimsicott. I think that was the right play, though. I think that Nils' team does not deal with this double speed control Whimsicott very well.
Why do we die? Okay.
That mattered.
Crit, but also...
Yeah.
I'll tag.
That definitely mattered, because he was +0. You're not supposed to die to the +0 Behemoth Blade. Well, I mean,
this is fine, though. Max
I guess
Alki
you just
does go in
crazy
against this team.
with what you just go crazy.
Especially since there's Zapdos and not Kartana. I think Nils is still in a fine spot.
I'm supposed to drag and there.
It gets awkward if you get a KO after Zapdos gets the max air.
What do you mean?
If you don't go for max bounce, because if it goes for max air, you KO the Zacian. Kyogre comes in, max air.
No, Lucky's faster.
Kyogre doesn't have speed Alki still.
After the max air plus Scarf.
Oh, we're striking.
Is it Scarf? Did we see Scarf?
I assume it is.
That's a misplay. Now he went for Max Strike, I think. I think you're supposed to just go for the
You're
Zacian.
supposed to kill.
I think you just KO the Zacian, yeah. KO Zacian plus parting shot into Zapdos looked really safe to me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Game over.
Like if you were pretty sure the exhaustion was going to protect, I think you were supposed to just protect there, like guard, max guard. But at that point, you might as well just kill. Yeah.
So, yes, this is... So in call, we have Rajan Ball, Enoshar... I butchered your name, I'm sorry. And Enosh.
Don't worry about it.
The one and only. We have John Hu, we have Arcel Puri, we have Justin Burns, and we just got Bioski. It's got Will.
Bioside.
I
will harm you.
Nah, dude, it's Bioski.
Yaski.
Yeah, it's Bioside. So, real who's who of North American Pokemon. You know.
Only I'm who.
That's true.
I don't know if there are any other who's that play Pokemon. Probably in China.
I'm trying to think of a good.
Oh,
we got the Who's crew. That's what it is.
The Who's crew.
We're the Who's crew.
Are we gonna go look for Blue's Clues? Static? No. Dang, no double static hacks.
Yeah, I mean, this game was pretty sealed.
Turn 1 was fine, except we got crit. And then I guess
I just
with...
really didn't like the way that he used the max L key. I think KOing Zacian was so safe. But it is Scarf Ogre, right? No, actually, we don't know. It was paralyzed. No, it went before his Zacian. Yeah, it was Scarf Ogre.
Scarf Ogre. The thing is that... Okay, let's suppose he didn't get crit, and then, like, Terry gets to bring in Kyogre. You have to just protect Calyrex and get in a Lecky at some point.
I almost think that he was better off because he got crit. Because then he got to get the Eleki in for free. If he has a Calyrex Shadow in that position, he's in a really bad spot. Right? Because Zapdos gets the Dynamax for free.
But the thing is that if you're +1 Calyrex, and then you get your Eleki to max, like, sack in your instant, you get a kill on the Zacian, or he protects, and then you kill it next turn. And then, like, you have to deal with the max Zapdos, which is way easier, I think.
Wait, you don't get a kill on the Zacian?
Yeah, you do. If the Calyrex lives.
Yeah,
Then you protect, wait, and then you get to just spam Astral until they kill you.
Yeah, no, you protect the Zacian and you Airstream, and then suddenly the Zacian is faster than everything else.
I'm supposing that he didn't bring in Zapdos and bring the... But I guess it makes sense with your play. You bring in Zapdos anyway.
Yeah. That's what I would do.
Well, I wouldn't know what Terran would do. Probably do the same thing you do. That line probably is a little safer.
I think he was just supposed to lightning.
You are.
No, I'm just saying, I think the crit helped Nils.
Yeah,
it made it so that his position was better. But then he just decided not to take his KO.
I'm rethinking it.
And it would have been fine if Zacian protected too, because you parting out into Zapdos. And you can always switch Incineroar back in for the Intimidate, so the Blade is not doing much anymore.
Yep, yeah, exactly. I think Nils finished out X1. XX3, sorry, to finish the day. And missed day 2. He lost the winner.
No, he made day 2.
Nils? Oh, did he make day 2 as an X3?
Yes.
Okay.
The X3s who made it were pretty good.
Pretty good red.
Like, Joe probably made it in as an X3 if he lost the last round anyways.
Alright. So this is the one that Rajan's been waiting for, I think. I think we got a sneak preview. Yeah. Okay. So we have... Do we know who Jacopo Hardin is? Is that a known player? Anyone?
No clue.
Italian.
But they have... Is that a Ditto? If they have a Ditto, I like them.
I was not here. What was the question?
Do we know who Jacopo Hardin is? Yeah. We got to the game.
Let me explain why I like it. I haven't seen it. I just like the solution. And to me, it's that you looked at the team and you said, you know, I think that the Sun team, Rinya Sun, or whatever, however we want to refer to it, I think that it, like, is weak AF to Blastoise. It as a concept, in that Charizard takes a lot, Instant takes a lot, Grimmsnarl takes a lot, Groudon takes a lot, even in Sun, right? And what is the last one? Instant, Grimmsnarl, Charizard, Groudon, Zacian. Yeah, like all of them take a lot. Gastron doesn't, right? So that you're like, and Gastron invalidates Blastoise as a Pokemon, just like in its entirety. So how do you make sure you get off your Hydro Cannon, even though, or your Hydro, what is it called? Cannonade?
Cannonade.
Like, how do you get that off, even though, like...
There's a Gastrodon?
Yeah, like, you use the Weezing, it gets off Cannonade, which as a concept is really strong against Sun, because Blastoise doesn't need its ability at all, and that's irrelevant. It just, you get off Cannonade, and it puts out strong neutral damage into everything. But instead of doing Kyogre Weezing, you have Blastoise Weezing, which is arguably more effective because it's going to do more damage over time than having to press geysers into stuff, right? And then you can set up either Zacian back with your max strikes, or you can just like kill stuff, right? Because they're
You
all
say with your max strikes.
with fake
Yeah.
out on Blastoise.
Yep.
Ah.
So you can just set out, you can just fake out to mitigate the Charizard if it's max airstreaming, or just fake out to like put your Zacian in an advantageous spot against their Zacian, and then just decide that like you get some cannonades through Sun, and then just really go off on that. I love that solution. And then you look at it, you go, okay, I have a Weezing and I have a Blastoise, which means I am booty cheeks against Kyogre, right? So then he kind of thinks that he has to have Dialga at that point. And honestly, I support it. Like, I just like the thought process. It's just like, then we have Dialga, then we have Rillaboom, and then like perhaps like Porygon 2 is really good in the Palkia Cali Ice if it's like Foul Play Eerie Impulse or something, right? Like, it's just, I like the way that he went about deciding to fix his matchups and how he wanted to compensate for the solution he ascertained, and then like went for it. And I love that.
I agree. I mean, if you look at the team, like you said, Blastoise Weezing super good into Rinja Sun. You don't care about your ability. The Groudon's turned off. The Grimmsnarl is turned off. The Gastrodon's all turned off, and you just Oko the Sard anyways. The Cali Ice matchup, Dialga just bodies that. What is Palkia Cali Ice doing into Dialga, right? Like,
Dialga P2. If it's Eerie Impulse as well, I don't know, but like if it is, you get Steel Spikes on the Dialga or on the P2, and then it just Eerie Impulses the rest of the team.
Yeah. I mean, it's just those Pokemon do so much. He went undefeated.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I just love the solution. Like he's like, okay, this bodies the team. How do I compensate for that while having as much of a team into everything else as possible? Because like we were talking about before, a lot of the times your Sun matchup is like 4 specific Pokemon for a specific team, and then you just kind of have to hope that your general modes are good enough for entire archetypes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I love the solution. I really appreciate that he took an idea, went with it, compensated for it, and had like honestly just the wherewithal and like the confidence to go with it. Like, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I think that
Team looks sick.
Zacian Dialga was a really good team for like a week. It was everywhere like week 1 and week 2 of NPA, and then fell off a cliff because it just had no Rinja Sun matchup as it was constructed at the time. And so Javier has found a way to win that one matchup. And other than that, I think Zacian Dialga has a fantastic matchup spread. Calyrex Shadow, maybe a little questionable, but you got the P2, you got the Rillaboom, so you got some lines into that too. Yeah, no, I agree. I think this team is sick.
If you go the Miracle Seed Rillaboom as well, then you end up being able to pin Groudon in a similar way to Wolf and Aaron's team.
I think like I really like Rillaboom as part of that too, yeah.
Because after the Groudon maxes, you end up getting to go Rillaboom, and we know Rillaboom, how that plays out.
Yeah, I feel like the Sun mode for Javier is probably, it's probably like Weezing, Blastoise, Zacian, Rillaboom is what I would think based off the team. And I also like that I believe the team gives you an option to actually bring Zacian into Sun, because you're mitigating the Charizard as bad as you are, and then Max Strike actually allows your Zacian to like do something to their Zacian depending on the spreads. It's fairly Weezing reliant, and that mon is kind of cheeks, but having the Rillaboom as a follow-up to be able to kill the Gastrodon when Weezing dies and pin that slot too, I just am so happy.
Yeah. Do we have any thoughts about Jacopo's team?
It has a Ditto, I'm happy.
I haven't even looked at it.
Shifu and a Ditto. And
you have a Ditto into the Weezing team. It's unfortunate.
I think Urshifu's kind of based right now, to be completely honest. I think
Urshifu Thundi is pretty good still, yeah.
I think it's like fairly based and like kind of hits things really hard. I was so happy when I saw Javier 6. I don't even care that Weezing sucks. Like, I just like that he picked something, he had an idea, he crafted it, and he went with it. Like, I'm a fan.
Javier's team like has a Dialga, and Jacoba's team just has every Pokemon get one shot by Dialga except for Lunala.
That's like true. Super reasonable take.
And also Lunala might get one shot when it doesn't have the Shadow Shield.
It definitely doesn't get one shot regardless of Shadow Shield.
I don't know. Comes really close.
Is it Life Orb Dialga? Do we know that already?
I would hope.
I
Like,
would
there's
assume
several
so.
other.
Nope.
The
Here we
gorgeous
go.
royal Dialga.
The
Let's
gorgeous
go.
royal. Let's go.
Love to see
Also,
it.
it's funny. We know that he went 9-0. Wolf tweeted that he was going to bring Weezing. Everybody lost their mind, and then Weezing actually went undefeated, but it wasn't Wolf. I just want to point that out.
Dude, Wolf
But-
is a liar. Can't believe that Wolf said he would bring Weezing and then did not bring Weezing.
Don't worry.
And then
Wolf,
Weezing
Wolf
would
just gave Javier.
I
not
think
taking
that
away-
Wolf
not
needs to
taking
go
that away.
give Javier the Leon cloak.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I could
Leon
less about any of this. I'm still so happy.
I like
haven't-
Javier's.
I haven't liked. I don't even. Okay, here's my takeaway. I don't know. I know Javier went 9-0. His team could suck, right? Like, I haven't said that it's necessarily a good team.
His team could suck. It just is
I
like
know.
really good to call for this specific tournament.
And I'm just. It's just. I love, like, you can look at the 6 Mons and, like, think about how it got built and, like, why it got built. And I really, really like that because it feels so many times like decisions in these formats are arbitrary, if you know what I mean, or like kind of like use instant because you need to mitigate damage, like just for the sake of it, as opposed to having very specific reasons for it. Like, I love that Javier's team doesn't have Incineroar. Not because it would have been bad necessarily, but because everything else does the things he wants, right?
Weezing stops Intrepid boost, so Incineroar is usually bringing it to neutral anyways. So you get this kind of the same effect there. Also, that's Lunala's max speed because it moved before Urshifu.
It would have to be.
What?
Besides the close combat
There's
did not
protected.
kill Rillaboom.
Oh, you mean turn 1.
Alright.
Interesting.
That was kind
Yeah,
of
You
whack.
did-
Dialga and probably Adamant Urshifu. I feel like Urshifu probably wants to be Adamant right now anyway.
Does it? I guess that's fair.
But it's not-
Outspeeding
it's-
Kyogre kind of sucks.
I mean,
get
it could be. Yeah.
Outspeeding +1. You get to +1 pretty often with this team. I don't think you can go adamant. You need to outspeed
Like, how did
Sensation.
Did Javier lose this game?
You outrun Calyrex Sensation at +1.
Not yet, but it's not looking great.
Adamant Urshifu hits 149 out of you, outrun them.
Oh, okay.
I think it's going to depend on like how fat is the P2.
He has a whole lot
I-
of station. He's fine.
I don't know how
I don't
how
know.
the moveset on the P2 is, but I really want it to be Foul Play or Eerie Impulse on this team. He doesn't have Intimidate. He gives it Steel Spike boost. I want it to be that set. Really, really bad.
Never mind. I realized that Jacopo also has a Zacian. Yeah, no, this is not ideal. But Porygon 2 is quite good into Ludala and whatever he has in back.
It's just that the P2 has to get over the Zacian first.
It is foul play, I think. That's like the best set to run.
Foul Play's
Mhm.
based, especially when you don't intimidate stuff yourself.
And it's good into Calyrex and obviously this Lunala here.
Okay, fast Zash over on
BB,
Javier.
goodbye.
Oh,
Ooh.
Oh! Hello?
Because he
What?
dropped his defense from close combat.
Oh, true.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
This is not doing
Oh,
anywhere near lethal.
Like Jacopo had like a lot of early momentum, and now like that's firmly it's
Boy.
shifted over.
Oh,
No, if the Zacian lived in a turn, he was in a great spot because he just KOs the P2 and he wins the game from there. But
Yeah, but he got the -1. Yeah, that's why.
the -1, yeah. If it was like Sacred Sword on Zacian, he would be great right now. But you can't really
Is
win that
there
with like.
in this spot you just like double attack, right? There's no real way that the Luzation dies to fake out Meteor Beam, right?
Wait, I'm so confused how bad Jacopo is in Station. It's like only Ditto.
He has
Those
his own
guys-
Zacian. He has a like Lunala. I
No,
guess is okay
that's
too.
about it.
Yeah,
he has
like,
his own Zacian, but apparently it's not faster than other Zacians. So
I don't disagree with. I know that fake out Moongeist beam goes in that slot. Do you protect anyway though?
No, I agree with you, Rajan. I don't think Protect was necessary because it was last
Yeah.
turn of Grassy Training.
Because that was the last turn at Grassy, so you just like put yourself in a losing spot if they somehow like crit through the P2. I don't know how, but
if for some
Oh.
reason the Rillaboom has a fighting move, it learns fighting move.
I don't know what the spot is. But it's just like it feels like a very unnecessary play.
We don't know that Jacopo is not max speed Zacian, right? It could be a speed tie.
It could have been a speed tie, yeah.
I feel like this team is supposed to be max speed, although I did see the HP stat was not what was lower than Javier's.
Well, you can still be bulky max speed.
Yeah, it just has no attack.
But, and then at the same time, I don't know if you're bulky max speed close combat.
Yeah, exactly. But like, if you are close combat, I think you are supposed to be max speed. Why are you running bulk if you're going to drop your defenses?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how Jacopo responds.
He was probably thinking like, how did I lose that after like such an early? He had a really big advantage early on.
Yeah, his early game was great.
His team just doesn't beat Nation
that's-
anything.
Yeah. And I think it's a testament to like it's not just like you have the momentum swings like need to actually get you to like closing out the game, right? Like you can if your opponent's game plan could be I sack 3 Mons to do one thing to set up this position. And it doesn't matter if you kill the 3 Mons if like you cannot beat the P2 or the Ferrothorn or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the other reason the P2 is red on this team, on Javier's team, because there is no better Pokemon to feed boosts into. Dialga gets to click Max Quake and Max Steel Spike and just make the P2
Steel
kill.
Spike on the P2 is so
beat
big.
Steel Spikes, feed it Quakes, and it just never dies.
I am just so thrilled. I am.
Well, and especially doing that against a team with the close combat Zacian, where it can't ignore the boosts.
Mm-hmm.
So like entering late game Zacian P2 like is pretty rough.
I'm just very happy.
I guess that is the problem with Javier's team, is that like once Dialga's max is over, you might just lose to Zacian a little too easily. You have to really get momentum.
On Javier's team, you mean? You said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Like you kind of rely on Wisp on Weezing, I think, and then probably Blastoise being able to pop off a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Like that,
Blastoise is an early game Pokemon. You don't really get to pivot it in towards the end game when Zacian wants to be on the field.
Have you considered just being Hydro Cannon and pressing your 150 base power Water Leaf?
That's fair, I guess.
Just like that play from Jacopo to just Icy Wing. I don't really know how much it's going to get them because Zacian is just going to protect probably. Oh, he did. Oh, wait, why are we aiming for Blastoise? I guess it's a bigger threat than Zacian?
Blastoise, look at that purple boy. It's a threat. Where'd it go?
Purple?
Wait, where'd it go? The heck?
Max Phantasm into Wicked Blow kind of got rid of it. That is the cool. That's the cool thing that Jacopo's team does, right? Is it gets to click Phantasm, Wicked Blow with Lunala and.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Why
guess
can't we just
to
do that?
Adi.
Except I can click it with Mienshao instead.
You clicking Phantasm with me and Chow?
Oh, yeah.
No,
It could be
Phantasm,
Jolly Urshifu still, right?
CSR.
It could be Jolly Urshifu that EV to outrun just 95s to do that, right? Lunala's
Yeah,
97.
you could do that. Yes, you could do that. Except Urshifu's 96, so you're definitely just running max speed.
Urshifu's 96?
Yes.
I
So
don't think so.
You are just running max speed if you're doing.
Is there Urshifu? I don't think it is.
I thought it was
It's
97, but I might be wrong.
It's 97, fool.
Oh.
So it's speed
Lunala-
ties?
97?
It also speed ties Lunala's.
So then he
So-
is running at 96.
It's just 96 at that point. You just go 1 point slower. Or be Adamant. I think Adamant's still pretty good.
I think Adamant is worth.
I think he wants the Phantasm to Wicked Blow into Ogre, though. So it might just be 96.
Yeah, it probably is. I think that's very reasonable. Did we see Sash on the Urshi?
Dang, big
Right.
damage.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Big boy damage.
Do you
Wait, what
need
happened?
the
Why
Pokemon
is,
P2 there with the Urshifu?
why is our Zasha not doing anything? Oh, because we're icy winded, that's why.
Did you need to double the P2 with CC? Can't you Behemoth Blade CC then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not sure why you have to drop your defenses in that moment.
Because you want to flex.
That was a game.
Zasha's
That was
got
a
to
quick
flex his
game.
muscles with some close combat.
Okay, so we figured
Yeah,
out what
I don't know.
Jacopo's trying to do. And honestly, there's merit to it. I think that Lunala clicking Phantasm before Urshifu moves is very cool. That's something that we didn't really think about at all, and it works through Protect as well. It just like gets outpaced pretty easily. And I don't
That's
know.
fair. It does just say boink boink and they die. It loses to every airstream though.
The
Yes.
Icy Wind tech got him get turn 1, I think. Because he went hard into...
What pressed Icy Wind? Was it on Lunala?
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention, sorry.
So just being able to outpace the Zacian was good for him.
All right, so what are you doing if you're Javier game 3? Are you switching it up? I think just
Was there
you
anything
can still
stopping
lead Dialga.
P2? Was there anything stopping P2 Rillaboom? They're just putting a fake out in the lead
That's true.
because the Urshifu isn't gonna max.
Yeah, or Shifu's never maxing.
I mean, the Blastoise has Fake Out too, so you could go Blastoise.
If there's a never maxer,
Okay, here we go.
Do we think Dialga has Trick Room?
yeah.
Maybe.
With this lead, I feel like it would, but I'm not sure.
He's also just allowed to like fake out Steel Spike or something, or fake out Quake.
Yeah,
The Quake Out.
Quake out.
And then if you can put Lunala in a position where the Grassy Glide KOs after like you break Shadow Shield and put some damage into it, that's also not a bad spot.
Like Trick
like
Room
you
plays
could-
better, I think.
If you read the Protect on Urshifu, you can like Grassy Glide Steel Spike or something.
I want to see how much Jacobo's in-game character looks like him.
Yeah, he's rocking it.
Even at the same type of...
Max the Rillaboom. Let's see it.
Max
Nah,
Boomer?
it's the Dialga. But
No.
Rillaboom's Gmax does ignore Shadow Shield. So
It
I think.
does?
Yes.
It does, right? Yeah.
It's Mold Breaker. Ish.
Shadow Shield is super ability, so it's immune to Mold Breaker.
It's not immune to Gmax Rillaboom though.
How do you know? How can you be so confident?
What? Brother.
What?
I'm making it up, but like it's true.
I assume it's the Miracle
Oh.
Seed, but like it seems silly.
I also assume it's Miracle Seed, but they get to Sucker Punch you. But I guess that means they're not like close combating your Dialga. So
This is a...
Well, like you're not KOing their Urshifu with Grassy
Grassy
Glide
Glide?
from here, right?
Yeah, you're not. It's doing like...
If you're Miracle Seed?
400. I
Yeah.
don't think so. Ooh.
you also could have like that was a pretty easy read to make. You could have switched out Rillaboom pretty safely there.
Yeah, I think it was probably a good P2 switch in right there. Get a boost, right?
I mean, if he went for the CC, that would be
I'm
really...
just surprised that it wasn't Phantasm
He
CC.
just like kind of wasn't allowed to, right? It was just I think the Grassy Glide KOs from there. As if it's Miracle Seed,
Why?
it took too much damage from the Max Phantasm to the point where I thought it was an AV.
Would Miracle Seed Grassy Glide do 130 damage to Urshifu?
I don't
Urshifu
know.
does have higher defense. It has higher defense and special defense.
It has base 100 defense.
I think it's also one of like, I know that you know that we know that you can switch out. That kind of
That's fair.
situation. And he just hard called it in stay in.
I'm just surprised.
You also like you aren't getting a Steel Spike boost on P2 because they're Phantasming.
Confused by it.
And this is a pretty good position to be a Zacian. Except for the fake out pressure, I guess, but
This
even
was a
then
good
it's
position.
not. I thought it was fine. I thought you just I thought you just get to protect and then you're just like you're threatening chaos.
Now
And everything.
this is really fine.
I don't know why Jacopo made that play. I guess they don't really need to hit the Dialga anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, getting Phantasms off means it dies to the close combat, and that's kind of your end game. And if you KO the Zacian, then your Zacian wins the game. But it was a very aggressive play when the Zacian was always protecting or switching out.
What's the logic in Jacobo bringing Rillaboom against Double Steel?
Blastoise was brought last game.
Probably Blastoise.
Blastoise.
Nice.
I feel like he had the other.
Ouch.
All right, so now we know the. Wait, sorry, was that Life Orb? That was Life Orb Rillaboom.
I never
please.
that guy, but it's probably got to be for Max Quake reasons, right?
What? Wait, what is?
The Life Orb.
I guess you get to max the Rillaboom into some teams.
Yeah. Well, I think this is probably over. Top play does like 30% P2, so I think we're good to go.
Mhm.
Unless, ooh. Well,
That's safe. Javier knows he's faster. This is just the winning line.
play
How do
foul.
actually, while we're talking about it, how do you feel about speed, like Zacian speed tiers?
I still think that
like,
you either
what-
go really fast or really slow.
I do agree that in between speed sucks.
Yeah, I don't like in between. After playing with it a little more.
I understand that. Okay, there are very relevant speed tiers. Outspeeding Venusaur when you're at +1, they're at +2. Outspeeding Alaki when you're at +1. Those things matter. But at that point, are there so many things that you want to live that it's not worth just going max speed? Right? Like then, if you start speed creeping at that point, it's like, come on, just. I don't think the bulk matters that much. I don't think there's that many things you need to
I
live.
just put the bar to the full right, and then I worry about losing bulk. Never.
The counter argument is like, if you have ways to boost your defenses and you have ways to get to +1, then maybe you need to play that middle ground. But those teams are like not very common, from what I can
You
tell.
need to be consistent about those. I think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
if you're running like
consistently either committing to speed boosting or bulk.
that's not true. You can run like Alaki Groudon Zacian. That's a great Pokemon you could put on a team. Or like Thunderous Venusaur Zacian is real. Are we this a game? No, this is a
It is a game.
how to play Pokemon game. Okay, here we go. We got Ashton versus OE.
Ooh. That's scolding.
Anyways,
Um,
I'm glad.
I want Oi's team to have been a Solgaleo instead of Zacian.
so Gallic.
Also-
I don't.
But that's just because I like the Pokemon, not because I think it's better.
my moral of
But,
the story is team building did well, and I haven't seen that happen in a while, and I'm just really happy.
Is that
it-
Landorus on Oi's team?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
We were
should be
talking
Landers
about-
Tornado.
we were talking about Tornadus Landorus, Kyogre, Zacian, Rillaboom as a 5-mon core.
Yeah, but is
so
this like
Not
Therian, or is this
four.
looks like Incarnate form?
I think they just didn't
That-
show forms in the preview. We'll find out real quickly.
That isn't a 5-mon core, Adi. That's a team.
That's a team, yeah. And Incineroar just fits in that team. It's a really easy to build team, but I think Landorus, Kyogre, or Tornadus does really well in Rillaboom. Does really well into Runia Sun, and so that's the reason to bring that.
If it's not Therian, then I am confused.
Yes, if it's
So-
if it's incarnate, then it's. I mean, I guess it outspeeds Charizard. That's the reason. Right?
I'm more
But-
interested in it, but I would be confused.
No, I think like this is a. I think that OE's team is like a really safe pick. It gives you room to outplay most opponents. It's like a very solid Zacian Ogre team. I had these 6 in my builder at one point and haven't really tested
Everyone-
it enough.
Everyone has.
Yeah, I think that there's been a lot of looking into Torn Ogre
Mhm.
for Rinia some matchup purposes.
And then Ashton's team is like a slower paced caloric shadow team that was really popular among. It seems like all the Americans were bringing something like this. I am not a fan of this sort of team. I don't think it's very good, but
Ashton bubbled out, right? At 33rd.
yep.
As an aside, unrelated, does anyone think Ashton's hairline is receding?
Whoa! First,
Man, you can't say that about a guy.
first
Wait,
feat.
am I not allowed to?
Then I don't remember what was in between, but it was questionable.
No, I just mentioned it
Damn.
because I was like, I feel like he has less hair.
Shut up, man.
You're doubling down?
What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with having less hair.
All right, so
All right,
Let's get
so
into the game.
on to the game.
People are sensitive about
What is
that.
wrong with you?
Actually, if you're watching, I still love you.
He bubbles out, and then you also talk about his hair.
so Tailwind goes up, some damage is traded.
That's fair. I think that I just don't think that Ashton got much out of that turn. He got like what 30% on both Pokemon, and just he's losing his Calyrex next turn no matter what, unless he protects it. Like you don't have the back mons to punish your opponent once you set up Tailwind. Is my problem with this team. It's just not like if you're going Whimsicott, you want to be more aggressive.
I do agree, though, like, if you have a dedicated Tailwind mon, you probably want, like, a Kyogre.
You want a Kyogre, or like even like what Chef did, where you have a Urshifu Darmanitan as like cleanup mons. Thundurus is not a. I guess you can max the Thundurus here. It's pretty good. Dynamaxing Thundurus here is pretty good, but
Yeah.
you don't need Tailwind to support the Thundurus.
Or
It's
Gastrodon.
good to do that by itself.
Yeah, and then Gastrodon and Instant really don't benefit from it. I would much rather have like an Urshifu or a Darmanitan or I don't know. There's a bunch of Pokemon that can.
I have not once heard anybody ever say I would rather have a Darmanitan.
I would rather have a Darmanitan right now.
Imagine if that Whimsicott was U-turn. You could have U-turned into the Zash and pick up the boost instead.
Yeah, and then
Like,
so many of these matchups
most
come
of the
down to who gets the second Tailwind off, right? And then that's what Owie managed to do.
over.
He gets to get his Kyogre in here and probably is in a good spot. I get just one more turn of Tailwinds to stall out, but
I mean, I should just do the Airstream and hope he's faster. Zacian, but it kind of looks like he's not. I don't know.
well, he's getting Airstream and then Ashton still has one more turn of Tailwind, right? So he is the faster Zacian.
But I guess
After the
Hornet
Airstream.
should have max right here.
Yeah, it dies to the Behemoth Blade.
Oh. But is it worth trading your max for an extra turn of Tailwind? Plus speed boost.
If it has protect, you protect. You got to stall it out. You got to make sure that you get the Kyogre in next turn.
Mm.
Well, it's not coming in right now.
I don't know about the double protect there.
I think it was a really safe play. I think that's the play you make if you say you're in a winning position.
He's just trying to stall out, I guess, the Thunderous max for his Ogre late game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he stalled out the opposing Tailwind, so his Zacian goes first. Although I thought that the Thundurus would go first. No, it's not, right? It's a +2 Thundurus and a +2 Zacian. Yeah. Wait. Oh, no. Ashton's Thundurus. Ashton's Zacian went first. Never mind.
Now it's actually over because they're +3.
Yeah.
3.
I think you weren't supposed to double protect so that, like, I guess he was going to die to Beam Blade anyway, so didn't really matter.
Yeah, I guess that if Owie had max Airstreamed, was he... I don't know which one Ashton targeted, but maybe if you call that turn right, you're in a better spot.
Whimsicott Calyrex with back Thundurus is a pretty common flow with these kind of teams. Like, they just like to get off as much damage as they can with CSR early game, and then put everything in chip for Thundurus late game.
That's fair. What could Owie have done differently? I think he just maybe had to call a turn right, but
He didn't get to max, so he needs to find a position to max.
what is he trying to
Favorably.
max in this game?
I keep
The
saying
Ogre.
he's max
Well, you can't
Hornets,
max-
but like
He can.
I agree.
I think you have to max Ogre. You have to max Ogre somehow.
Yeah, well,
It's
but
not
the Gastronaut is so
possible.
bad for it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if he brings it game 2 now, because
Right.
he didn't bring it game 1.
Yeah, I guess if he had gone Ogre instead of Zacian on the double protector and just maxed it, he would go down to a Lightning plus Behemoth Blade, but then his Torn gets an attack off. That doesn't really get him there either.
Maybe you max Landers, and if you're not going to lead the Thunders, but getting Intimidate off is better on Zacian. And also, it's interesting, like, would his Tornadus have Icy Wind? Because I think Icy Wind is kind of based. If they lead the exact same like this.
I also think you can max Rillaboom here. Just go for it. Right, like, they don't have great ways to power through Rillaboom. Well, they have a Thunderous, never mind. But they don't have a Thunderous on field right now. That's OE, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Max
Yeah, there's the Ogre.
Kyogre. Turn 1, Dynamax, baby.
I feel like if you know there's a Dynamax Thundurus in the bag, this is just not
Oh, yucky.
favorable.
Ooh, that's a lot. There's a
I
Hailstorm.
don't know why, but the Hailstorm
Ooh,
just smack Whimsicott.
Knockoff? Do you think there's a knockoff coming? Because Grassy Glide doesn't get there, right? Oh, we saw Life Orb Ogre. Yeah, so this team is definitely built to max the Ogre as much as possible.
But now you're in a position where Thundurus can come in.
Okay.
And what would happen? Like Lightning onto Kyogre and Blade onto Rillaboom?
Yeah, you
If he
kind of
has a
have to
back
max
end.
guard. And if you call it wrong, then you're in a bad spot. But maybe even not even that bad a spot. Because then you can get Tailwind up. And Kyogre at +1 speed outspeeds Thunderous, right? And well, I guess Max Hailstorm from Life Orb Ogre probably gets there against Life Orb Thunderous. So you max guard and U-turn, and you get your Rillaboom out of there, and then click Tailwind, and you get there. Or you just hope they KO it.
No, I would agree if they had a U-turn, then you go for it. Because they could totally... Like, he just ignored it. Oh, no, he didn't. Not the Rillaboom. Okay. That's a pretty safe play. If you're reading the card.
Yeah, well, the Kyogre isn't in Behemoth Blade range, right? So
Right,
Tailwind,
right.
Hailstorm gets there still. If it's max speed Zacian, does +2 Kyogre outspeed it?
Did we see the Life Orb on Thunder? I forgot.
Yeah, Thunderous is Life Orb, Kyogre is Life Orb. Thunderous definitely goes down to a Hailstorm. Might go down to a Geyser. I imagine Owie knew his calcs.
It's assuming he does have Tornadus in the bag.
Oh. Well, now this is awkward.
Yeah, now I think he just is tough. He had to have some sort of speed control plan, you know.
Right. Okay, but he does get a Behemoth Blade off here. And maybe that's enough to KO with Hail Chip and the Grassy Glide chip into Thunderous. I don't think it is.
Maybe.
But
It's probably close. Because this is usually a 2/3
Oh,
of
okay.
its health deal. Yeah.
So then, I guess we'll see what's in back.
But the CSR did get it. Wait. That's CSR, right? No, it's Zacian. Okay.
No. It's Owie has a mod back. Ashen's not.
Oh.
Wait, what? What?
Okay. I thought it was CSR behind the sun because I looked away from stuff.
What? Why is the Torn coming in now?
Is this over for Ashton? Or...
Like Tailwind to Behemoth Blade breaks, and yeah, I think that you have to call the Protect right
Oh wait.
Okay. And so.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ooh, nice. Ooh.
Okay.
Toasty. Wait, that might be bad, right? I don't think it changed any game state.
It did. The protect meant that we didn't get a heat wave to break sub. Although I think that if you're calling that play out, you have to be heat wave blade the Torn to KO it.
Well,
like the punish, the punish to them clicking protect on Zacian is behemoth blading the non-sash Torn. Unless we think it's sash, it might be sash.
Well, now I guess we are okay getting heat waved.
The single target heat wave just has to get there, but
yeah, I mean, if heat wave KOs here, then I think OE always won in that situation.
Yeah,
assuming it hits.
Yeah, like if it KOs.
I think that he was supposed to go. Yeah, I mean, I really think he was supposed to go into Torn instead of into the Zacian and just like click Tailwind and KO the Thunderous, and he was just fine. Unless his Kyogre is slow.
It's probably slower in that case.
Like I don't know how that loses, unless
he could have won with a better decision, given that he had lost.
Well, but that was the decision. We saw that play and we saw he just doesn't have Torn, right? Like I don't know.
I agree.
That like even if the Thunderous protects, I think he wins. I don't know. That's
maybe he knows better since he has the actual team and stats and stuff.
We don't know the stats, but like I feel like that was just a misplay.
Logically, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Oh dang! Nice interview.
Yeah, I mean,
right,
Ashton did win very quickly.
I need to go home, so I will catch you all later.
All right, thanks for coming by.
Was that all?
No, there should be 2 more matches, maybe 3.
Got it.
I'm just skipping ahead.
Oh, is the next one Joe versus Chef?
I think the next one is Joe versus Chef.
Hated the teams.
Did you have to leave?
No, someone else.
Adi,
I had to leave to eat. I ate. I came back.
No, I'm asking about Adi. I thought he had to leave. Like,
I have to leave at 8 p.m. I have another 40 minutes, which should be enough time to get through 2 games.
Got it. So
we have JUX9 on Evil Dawn. This is the same 5 of the same 6 Pokemon as Isjok's team from Liverpool. The change is that instead of a Bronzong, there's a P2. My thoughts on that team. I thought the team was really cool. I liked it a lot. But the downside was that the Bronzong was on the team to like to give you a playable matchup into Calyrex Ice and to like maybe give you a shot at cheesing out Kyurem White. But that team, I just think that like most good Calyrex Ice players were going to beat you anyways. That was what my experience was in testing. You could beat them on like lower ladder, and I know that Ishtok said that he beat one in like round 3 of Liverpool or something. But that's not really what you game plan for. And then Joe is, I mean, I think it's a different team. I've heard that the Evil Tall item is different, but what I know Sohybe was talking about, I think some other people are probably thinking the same thing, is what if I just drop the Bronzong, accept that auto loss, and try to give myself a more well-rounded matchup into everything else. Hello, Alex.
Hello.
Say hi to stream.
Oh, shit.
We are live on Twitch. Just so you're aware.
Okay, we're a family-friendly stream, too.
It's fine, Alex. We're talking to just each other.
Yeah.
And
now that John is gone, we are family-friendly again.
No more feet talk.
That actually happened.
No, the best part is I'm the one that said I've said it way more times than John did at this point.
So that's my thought on Joe's team. Ben's team is.
I like how Adi just stopped. Ben's team is.
Ben's team is Barraskewda, Shedinja, Regigigas, Weezing, Kyogre, Calyrex, which is about as cursed as it gets. For what it's worth, this is what I was saying. Like this is not what I was saying, but I have been saying this in another Discord server that I think Barraskewda still has a lot of potential. It like won an IC, and then everyone just decided it was bad and stopped using it for like no good reason. Because like I understand that it has some tough matchups, but it's still a very very scary threat. And if you can put a team around it that lets you abuse it without being like exclusively a Barraskewda team, I think that it still has a lot of potential. And I think Ben's managed to do that with these 6 that are admittedly like kind of crackhead and very linear. You don't really have a ton of options. You have like 2 modes you can go for, but still like very powerful.
Like I just am amused because like I watched it, so I know how the outcome ends up going.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just like looking at it. My first impression was, this is like there's a Yveltal, but on the other hand, there is a Regigigas. Interesting. And then I kind of just like decided to turn off my brain and decided to watch Pokemon slap each other with a fish.
Yep. My other thought, having played with Eliki Yveltal a little bit, is that Eliki Yveltal is so good into Geese Weezing. You just get to Electro Web Airstream the Weezing every single turn, and they never do anything. It's pretty good into a Barraskewda because you get to switch into Groudon and click Electro Web or Thunderbolt, and the Barraskewda dies. So I think that Joe should be favored here. The downside is that he has very few ways to hit this Shedinja, and Yveltal is not a great way to hit it because you want it in the early game, and your Dynamax gets stalled out by Shedinja so effectively because it gets to protect or endure rather ally switch for a turn and just like stalls out your Dynamax so annoyingly. That was I used Yveltal in the IC, and that was my experience playing against Shedinja. It was just infuriating to me using Yveltal. So I do think that's the key for Ben. Any other thoughts before we jump into it?
What 4 would you bring if you were Ben?
I am bringing... I don't think you can bring Giga Squeezing. So I think you have to bring Barraskewda. You bring Shedinja because that's what you bring with Barraskewda, I guess. And then Kyogre, Calyrex. In some order. I don't know which order. I assume it's Scarf Ogre. That was the standard on Barraskewda.
It is Scarf Ogre. Ben brings Gigas Weezing every game, just so you know.
I just don't see how that's effective. If Joe just leads Eliki Yveltal, Giga Weezing does so
I don't believe Joe ever leads Eleki Yveltal.
You know, that's on him.
I believe Joe leads Groudon in most of the games, if not every game.
I just think Eliki Yveltal is such a safe lead into everything that Ben can do. Alright, come on. Let's get started. Okay. So this, again, I just want to say, Eliki Yveltal, you switch to Groudon, you get to Thunderbolt the Barraskewda and kill it, or you get to Electroweb and keep your speed control, other than if they Geyser, you're not in a great spot. I think that's I don't know. Venusaur, certainly not bad in this lead either, but does play into Shedinja a little bit more.
I think I missed game 1.
This is game 1.
Yeah, no, when I watched it last time, earlier. I caught the game a little bit, and then I decided to, this is sad. Oh, wait, no, I did catch the game 1.
Oh,
I just didn't recognize that was Barraskewda because of how this happened.
He got. Holy shit. The Kyogre is still potentially dying, and the Shedinja is unbringable into Venusaur, right? But, yep, gets the Groudon, and gets his speed control, and the Barraskewda is going to go in here.
What did
That is cool. You have the fastest switch out to Weezing when you have Barraskewda. That's kind of cool.
Wait, that's turbo based. I did not even think about that. Why does that matter though?
Because it means they never get to proc their ability before you. If you both switch out on this turn 1, they never get to proc their ability.
If he switched out like his electing,
Got it.
Groudon.
Orientization or something.
Yep.
Yes, that's fair.
Oh. I mean, you weren't lying. There is a Gigas there. I guess you don't want to bring Caloric Shadow into Evil's Health. That does make sense. I don't know if... I didn't think you were allowed to bring Barraskewda and Gigas at the same time. Those Pokemon
then
feel like
Joe
they
just
can
forfeits for some reason, and I don't know why.
I mean, he was losing. He did lose to just Max Strikes from there.
Look, do you? It's...
What did he...
What's it going to Max Strike?
The Venusaur? The Evil Tall?
And I would at least go for the Max Guard and Oblivion Wing, right?
No,
yeah, I
that's
guess.
Always Max Strikes the Evoltal. You don't have to play games.
Or you do double attack and then you end up having
you can force him
the
to make
Gigas. Yeah, I
don't think it's playable from that point onward.
I agree. I think that he probably loses. Unless he has some information that he really wants to keep hidden, I think you probably play one more turn and force him to make the right plays for, or force him to not throw for 3 straight turns.
I don't know. That just seems like you're assuming your opponent is bad. And
I generally do that sort of thing in a live event specifically, just to have more time to think about the next game, though.
Yeah.
If you lose game 1, the person that won game 1 gets less out of finishing the game for the most part than you get out of thinking about game 2, right?
Depends on what information you haven't revealed yet, but yes, most of the time.
You don't reveal anything new, right? You don't actually have to do that. I just think, I would do the thing a lot during live events where I would actually just take my hand off the controller and make them make them kill me. And then just think about game 2. And I'm like, I'm not even looking at you. 3 turns have happened, I haven't looked up. In game 1's where I absolutely lose, right? I'm not, you know what I mean?
Right.
Sometimes I just click protect to go get that
I didn't do that. I literally would just not look at the controller and just be like, what am I doing for game 2 and game 3?
Is Joe Life Orb Evil to Eliki? Is that why he's not leading it?
I don't know.
I think I feel like it must be, because if you're Sash, you definitely. I just cannot figure out why. It's so good into all of his Pokemon.
For that reason, for what it's worth,
it's Life Orb Evoltal, so
no.
It is Life Orb
must be
Evoltal. Yeah.
Close to considering that non-Sash
AV Groudon
playable.
I think Magnet Eleki.
I think non-Sash Eleki is unplayable. It's so bad.
Yeah, I mean,
did you see? Yeah, you saw it. It didn't even KO Whimsicott with Max Airstream.
I don't care about that. It's just non-Sash Eleki.
That was so funny.
It goes from being a Pokemon in every matchup to being a Pokemon in no matchups. It's so crazy.
Life Orb is like a real Pokemon. I accept Life Orb Eleki.
I don't care. It's bad.
No, it's just like a Dynamax Pokemon that's very oppressive into a lot of teams. And it's a solid mix-up mode.
It was very oppressive into a lot of teams week 1.5 of the format when people just built mons that died to Eleki. I know they kind of still do, but I just think the Sash is just better.
No, I like Sash too. I think they're both very valid sets that do very, very different things.
I think you're not allowed to leave Life Orb Eleki alone though. You need to actually baby it.
You are probably not allowed to leave Life Orb Eleki into this team.
I like the Incineroar plus Maxolaki just in general. I thought that it's pretty cool how it can survive a regular Blades from Groudon.
Hey, there's a world where you are Max Darkness Alki next to Evil Tall, and you get to click Max Darkness plus Dark Pulse, right? That'd be cool.
Like I
Probably
guess
not.
I feel that's kind of
But
cool.
it is
I
something.
won't disagree that that's kind of cool.
It does a lot to Groudon if they are trying to like Groudon through you. Evil Tall threatens Rillaboom. That sounds like it's a real idea.
I'll take
I mean,
that.
all the Evil Talls are already running Alki on their team anyway, so like it's not like you need to have Darkness specifically. But
I like it though. I mean, I do like Darkness Evil Tall. I just like Darkness Elky. I would still be Sash.
no, you don't get to
Like
do that.
Electroweb. I don't care.
You just don't do enough with your Max.
This game, Ben had the Weezing go down pretty much for free.
I was told that Ben wins a game on Shedinja, so I assume that's this game because he just like KOs the Evil Tall, and there's nothing else that hits it. Well, no, you have to KO the Groudon too, I guess, because it's a AV Groudon.
Like, Joe sequences it in a way that he has nothing for Shedinja.
And the Groudon Zac got together, or the Regigigas Zac got together. Does Joe have Sucker Punch? Is another question.
No.
Then I think Sucker Punch is very good on Evil Tall, but I guess you don't need it if you're Life Orb. If you're AV, it's I guess if you're AV too, there's just 4 other moves you want, so it's definitely a choice.
Sucker Punch is really, really, really good, and not having Sucker Punch is really bad.
I mean, here you really want Sucker Punch, right? Like,
when do you ever not want Sucker Punch?
it's not that you don't want Sucker Punch, it's that it has 6 moves that can run,
know.
and you want the other 4 sometimes.
That's why I struggle to use Yveltal.
So here he has to Electroweb, and the Shed's coming in on one of the slots.
No, game 3. There's no more Shedinja. You have seen all 4 Pokemon.
Yeah. Oh, so then Joe wins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he
Joe
just
wins
gets to
game 2.
Electroweb and KO. Okay. I don't know if Ben was supposed to reveal Lariat there. He hadn't revealed Darkness yet. I don't think it really matters. But you keep them... Like, it matters in that you tell them that he doesn't have Hailstorm. Which is probably implied at this point, but not something that you want to reveal anyways. Also, you probably don't have Hailstorm on the Shedinja team and the Kyogre team, but you know.
Yeah. So, what I'm getting is that TBSI will give you a free shirt if you have any brands on your shirts.
Yeah,
except for Panda Global. You're allowed to wear Panda Global brands.
Well, I have so many Play Pokemon shirts. You always wear shirts with brands. They're very comfortable for what it's worth. If you don't have a Play Pokemon shirt, you are missing out on like one of the greatest pair of shirts.
This is why you wear your Smogon shirts every event, right?
Yeah, you just get all the Pokemon shirts. The Play Pokemon shirts are super comfortable.
I think I wore this to day 1 of Salt Lake. This hoodie that I'm wearing right now. You guys can't see it unless you're watching the stream, but this does not have a brand on it, so I might have to switch that. They let you wear like college apparel, right? Like no one's ever made Nails change out of his pajamas before.
I've made Nails change out of his pajamas.
Nails always wears the Michigan pants to events, or at least he did back in the day. But I'm wondering if I can get my Iowa Hawkeyes hoodie and get a free T-shirt out of that. Okay, so we'll see. I know Joe likes to switch it up even if he wins. I'm sure that Ben. I think that Ben also likes to switch things up. So this is just like rolling dice, I guess. Come on, start the game already. What has taken so long? This camera has just gone back and forth like 6 times. All right. Weezing Gigas, Groudon P2. I still don't get it. Like, what are you?
I don't get it.
What is
P2 lead?
What is Jet doing? Yeah.
No clue. No clue.
I guess he's saying you can't wisp the Groudon and Trick Room and stop Trick Room.
And Tom. Yep.
Yeah, but like, do you really want this to come down to a 50-50? Like, and also if it's Shucko Weezing, because it wasn't Sash, then you're not KOing it anyways. I guess if you try attack it as well, then you KO it. And Ben just saying, I don't care about the Groudon, which is fair. You have a Kyogre, I guess. Although maybe you do, because it is AV. You do want to make sure you get your brother up. And apparently there's a Shedinja back, and so you really want to get rid of those. I hated Joe's lead, though. Man, that P2 is just doing nothing here.
Mm-hmm. And if you're going to lead P2, you should lead Fake Out with it, because it's very common that Weezing has taunt. So if you really want to get Trick Room up.
Yeah. I mean, leading Instant P2 into this also seems losing, just because the Aleki and the Venusaur also seem like really good Pokemon in this matchup.
Right. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to go hard into P2, then you should go hard into setting up, you know? Like, this is, like, half and half.
The P2 just did nothing. The Groudon's max has gotten 2 Speed Death boosts that are so meaningless. Didn't even KO the Weezing. Yeah.
So now, between Yveltal and Lecky, what would you choose?
I don't like Life Orb Lecky in back most of the time.
Do we know if it's Sash Eleki?
I can't remember.
If it's Sash Eleki,
I think it's Sash.
No, I think you actually have to go Yveltal, because I think if there's a Kyogre in back, you need the Eleki. And if the Eleki goes to -1, then you're fucked.
I think he has both.
Oh. He has both in the back.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was Sash.
Joe did not know that there was a Shedinja in back. And Joe knows that there's a Kyogre in back. And so he's not allowed to lose. He's not allowed to let the Eleki go to -1. And he can't stop it from going to -1 if he brings it in. And he can like rockfall the Regigigas to get damage up, and also KO the Weezing, or just Quake.
I think he's just setting
Quake gets,
getting a Speed boost. Yeah. I mean, is this +3 Spadef AV Groudon live a Water Spout? Probably does, right?
Oh, it's sure Dark Ogre's not even boosting item.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to say I got a lot of time to play against Chef and everything, because we were in the same NPA team. And dude's got such a crazy mind in a good way. In like a very positive way.
Yeah, I mean, he rolls up to every event with like this crazy type of team, and just does.
Is he in Europe right now, or is he in New York?
He said that he's teaching in France right now.
Ah. I know that the flights to Europe were like pretty reasonably priced, so I had no clue.
Yeah, I mean that's why he was also at Liverpool Regionals. Oh, that picks up. Okay, I'm seeing what you mean about him not having a way to hit Shed. But I do agree with Joe's decision here. I just think that his leads were awful.
The thing I disagreed about was the P2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was the big thing.
Yeah.
And Joe probably thinks he wins because he gets the
KO and he's like, oh, there's just a Calyrex in back. This is fine.
Yeah, he's probably thinking I got my sash intact, and then he sees this. You can see his face.
You really can.
Okay. Yeah. Can I take a second? And I just want to say how big of a heart you have to be able to bring Shedinja against Porygon 2 Yveltal Groudon. Like, Shedinja probably beats Porygon 2, but to see Yveltal Groudon,
no, it's not going to be foul play.
And to say I'm bringing Shedinja, like that is like an amazing. Like I can't even stress. Like that's just so brilliant on it, and you have to have a big heart. Like you have to be. Can't be scared.
He's not even trying to time restall, which I think it's not good for television, but like you do have to.
He's praying to miss the Poltergeist.
But even the mist didn't get there.
I'm just surprised about it, given that he forfeited game 1.
Wait, the mist wouldn't get there, isn't he?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, is it goggles?
I don't know, but I was assuming. I mean, if he has like a CSR, I don't know if he's running Sash CSR.
No, I don't think he was Sash CSR.
Because he went for Endure. I was just curious.
He wanted to regardless.
This was a fun game to watch, but it was also just like a bit difficult to watch for me.
I think Joe led incorrectly all 3 games. I think he just had them. I think Eliki Eagletal did so much against every single elite, and he just never brought it.
What was it? Max Groudon, it was Max Groudon, Max Venusaur.
First game he didn't even get to Max.
He didn't Max, no Max Venu, Max Groudon.
Apparently it is Specs Eliki, which makes a little more sense, because then you don't get to you don't actually do enough. The Sash must be on Venusaur then. Okay, I kind of see it. Yeah, if it was Sash, then he just has... Oh, is it Specs Eliki? I don't know if it's Specs Eliki. I don't know the item. If you're Sash Eliki, you just have to lead it there. It's just so good into that matchup.
Yeah.
I'm
you get speed control.
Upset. Is this a match?
No, right?
No. If you don't see the...
No, it doesn't say the names, doesn't show the Pokemon. This is how to play.
This is... Okay. You always lead your Groudon in. Okay. So last round is Swiss in day 1. We got Kutesh, who is running the same Calyrex Shadow team that we've seen 4 times with 1 flex spot. And Yuri, who's running the same team that Pato is running, it seems like.
Yep, from round 1.
Mm-hmm. So, this is very similar to the round 1 matchup too, right? Like Trailer was running not the same 6, but also Calyrex
Trailer was running Whimsicott and Alecki instead of Thunderous Blastoise.
Yeah, something like that. So I guess that probably changes the matchup considerably. But yeah, I don't know. Blastoise seems...
I would prefer to have Kutesh's matchup into this.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think that Kutesh is favored. I think that Aaron probably had a better shot. But yeah, I think the changes that Kutesh... No, wait, actually, I don't know about that. I think Kutesh is in a worse spot than Aaron was.
Than Aaron?
Yeah. What is Thunderous doing? Thunderous is awful in Solgaleo.
Thunderous is awful.
Dude, 25% chance all the time. Mostly that they do the same thing, I guess. I don't know.
This is physical Thunderous, right?
This is Divine Thund.
Yeah, this has to be physical, right? You always run physical with Calyrex Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then just if Kutesh has Wisp Calyrex, then that probably changes things.
That's probably the biggest thing that would change it.
I already watched this set, so it's... Yeah.
I guess, okay.
I just
Wisp
remember that
Calyrex is a significant difference than versus Aaron's team. That's going to really change things up. But it means that you could safely just Solgaleo stuff in front of Calyrex Shadow if there's no Wisp. But
At this point, do you think that they
Thunderous
had
is
intro
nothing.
on the other teams?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not full info, but I imagine at least one of your friends has played them. And going into round 9, like a lot of people have dropped and stuff. Like, I think so. Maybe not.
There you go.
Maybe not. I don't think you make this play if you don't have full info, right? At the very least, you probably like speed control the Calyrex and try to get a KO.
He probably
Although,
still gets.
I guess you still get the KO, yeah.
It's not even bad for the Solgaleo player, to be honest. Because Thunder's not still going to do too much damage at all.
The Thunder, yeah, the
I'm
Thunder
really
is
confused
the
about
defense
like
boost
what
now.
spread the Thunderous is.
the
Like-
Yuri's Thunderous?
Yeah, it has no HP investment.
I might be mixing up games, but did we see Citrus? No, we saw Citrus on Ike's team. On Ike's team. Scary Face. Okay. That's fair. You do want to Scary Face the Alakis and the Landorus's, I guess, on this team. But yeah, I think that Steel Spike is such a huge punish to Thunderous that, I don't know, Yuri might have been a little greedy just going for it in front of a potential Wisp Calyrex if he didn't know. That feels like the standard nowadays.
I feel like you should respect it if you're facing
Right.
that kind of team, yeah. Right? Yeah.
But then again,
What
like,
should have been
respecting
like
it
Scary
and
Face
respecting
and
it.
then
Well, Scary
should have been
Face...
Scary Face then go into the turn?
Scary Face protect... No, because then they Airstream twice and you don't get there either. Although
Well,
they did Airstream
Airstream
twice.
once.
He also
This is
lightning
plus
boost,
2.
right? So he didn't.
This is +2 Thunders.
Is it?
You
Did he
get the
lightning turn
max
one?
knuckle.
Yeah,
He maxed
use Max Knuckle turn 2.
Oh, I see. Yeah. No, I'm talking about the early game. He could have Scary Faced and then tried to do his stuff, but like if Kutesh had Airstreamed, or Kutesh gets to like abuse Thunderous a lot more
Mm-hmm.
with the Solgaleos and clicking Steel Spike. So
Right.
dealing with Calyrex Shadow and Thunderous at the same time is very difficult, I guess, for Yuri.
Also, like, what's more important, being burnt or getting the weakness policy boost? Like, could he have Brutal Swing protected and then Scary Face into Steel Spike?
That was the line that I was thinking. But,
I feel like your Thunderous gets KO'd and it's...
yeah, if they Astral Barrage, then you get KO'd. But, like, I don't know if Kutesh ever gets to Astral Barrage either. Just because it's in front of a Solgaleo.
Trick Room is so clutch, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Trick Room on this team.
But if he has, like, a Rillaboom in the back, even the Incineroar should be fine, actually. Doesn't matter. Groudon is so low. Ooh.
The flinch.
Flinch matter. I guess the Groudon survived the turn because of it.
Like the Groudon surviving a turn, like getting hit by Rock Slide. It's just like you really wanted to have a switch in or get a KO on Groudon.
Yeah.
Now you have a double KO chance here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if that 100% wins him the game, but
I don't know what's in back.
This
I don't
is
think
like
anything in back
a
is
lot
that
more difficult
consequential.
now.
Yeah, you just have to
Oh,
KO
okay.
the Zacian here, and you miss the KO, so maybe not. Right? Yep.
I mean, Earthquake didn't pick up. You just KO'd yourself.
Yeah, but there's a fake out mod now, and so you get to stall out the Trick Room, and then... Oh, wait, sorry, there's just Wisp. There's just a... You just died a burn in 3 turns.
Oh, Burning Jealousy for Aaron was also very good. Like, if Aaron had both Wisp and Burning Jealousy, then the matchup probably would have been more
Did he
favorable.
not have Wisp? I mean, just because he didn't use it, are we sure that he didn't have it?
I don't know that he didn't, but he had an opportunity to click
He
it,
definitely
and
had the opportunity game 1, yeah.
like not doing that seems more out of line than, yeah.
Yeah.
Something I noticed about Aaron, he just likes to go for. I don't know if this is always true, but like he was the manager for the NPA. I just like to know he likes to go for the big spread moves right off the bat, in case they try to play like pivoting or anything.
What does him being a manager in NPA have anything to do with your son?
No, that's that I got to watch him a lot play with like how he plays, and
he was Arsenal's manager in NPA.
He was my manager, so I got to watch those games and everything. I just noticed that he like always makes like an aggressive turn one. Maybe he was reading that. Maybe the other opponent would respect the Wisp.
Mm-hmm.
We said it earlier that this team always goes Thunderous Solgaleo. Someone mentioned that earlier.
I think the Suicune has Bulldoze as well. I think somebody mentioned that the Suicune passions Solgaleo too.
That seems really cute.
You can do it like that a lot too, yeah.
I mean, you can do it like. I mean, I remember like BDS or someone. We had Bulldoze. Bulldoze Raikou been in the builder before. I haven't ever really seen it on Suicune. Bulldoze Raikou, was that on the that report you did in series like a million ago?
Series 9 with Nixophrenic.
Yeah, it was Bulldoze Raikou into Metagross, right?
I think so, yeah. That was cool. We've seen Bulldoze Entei quite a bit. Not quite a bit, but we've seen it around. I think Raikou was also on Pado's. No, it was Bulldoze Spectrier on Pado's original Solgaleo team. So, yeah.
Is that correct?
We were talking about maxing the Calyrex for Aaron trailer. I don't hate maxing the Calyrex.
But this one has Wisp, so like.
Yeah, but you can get taunted.
What do the Thunders do?
Did he go for taunt? He went for Brutal Swing. Does it have taunt? It has Scary Face, Eerie Impulse, T-Bolt, Brutal Swing.
Hold up, let's see. Yeah, it was Brutal Swing.
Wild Charge. It was Phantasm Wild Charge.
Phantasm Wild Charge.
Yeah, I don't think this Thunders runs it if you have Eerie Impulse or Scary Face, Brutal Swing, Thunderbolt.
Scary Face, Brutal Swing, Eerie Impulse. You might have space for taunt.
Brutal Swing, Scary Face, Thunderbolt, and if he doesn't have the Eerie Impulse.
You don't need Thunderbolt. Do we see Thunderbolt?
You don't need Thunderbolt? That'd be kind of weird, don't you think? Like, this looks like a very offensive Thunders because of the HP stat.
Sorry, what was the play here? That was Eerie Impulse.
Scary Face
that was
plus,
Scary Face, sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I assume that this is just a KO into Solgaleo. No. Okay.
KO into Thunderous.
That's fair if you have a Zacian, I guess. But then Instant comes in, potentially.
Like, there's gonna be a Groudon at some point.
Yeah, but like, this is still okay. You can also like Max Guard Protect into you can Max Guard Protect into Behemoth Blade, Groudon, and Astral Barrage, and you're in a great spot.
No, you're Scary Faced.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
You probably outspeed the Groudon with Calyrex, though. You're right.
I don't know if you do. You might just you switch out Calyrex here. Yeah. It's still a good Pokemon to have him back, even at 3 HP. And I think you protect the Zacian. Yeah, because now you have Fake Out Life. You really don't want to have to deal with the mind games of protecting Solgaleo versus not. And now Solgaleo can't protect anymore. Big dodge.
It's Fake Out the Solgaleo.
Do you? Just Fake Out the...
I don't know.
The Groudon and just KO the Solgaleo. You probably Sacred Sword it because you know that there's a potential incident back. Yep. Right, that way you're guaranteeing the damage. I don't know if the Groudon is AV or not, so it might not have Protect either. But this is where the mispress was played. This is a really big deal. There's also a world where you sack the Calyrex here, and you get your free switch back to instant. Yep. And then you get to fake out, take a KO, guaranteed, protect, take another KO. The Groudon's at like -3 or something, -2.
Now Groudon can switch out.
Yeah.
And you can't intimidate it again.
Right.
Groudon's just in a position to succeed.
True.
He does have a defense boost, right?
Yeah, so Galio just had too much bulk.
Yeah. I didn't hate the Max Phantasm line. I respect. You had to call out the taunt.
You just need a little bit more damage.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know, like we as a group deduced that it didn't have taunts, but I don't know if Kutesh necessarily figured that out.
I mean, it's still possible.
You know the Eerie Impulse, and you
Eerie Impulse, Scary Face.
I would take Kutesh over us as a group anyway. So
yeah,
that's true. Yeah, I mean, I did not realize it. I just saw 3 moves and was like, there's only 3 moves. It could be taunt. But I was also not 6-2 at EUIC, so.
I also wouldn't quite remember all the info from the first game of the stream.
Yeah, but
so I wouldn't
he saw those moves. He saw Brutal Swing, Scary Face. He didn't see Eerie Impulse, but I don't know.
Like the HP stat and Eerie Impulse. Like if you don't know for sure, if you don't remember both of that, then
I'm more inclined to believe that Special Thunderous has Eerie Impulse than Taunt.
If he's taunting, then he's not necessarily going to KO CSR that turn, right? Because he gets to keep its sash.
Bulldoze. Wait, it wasn't Scarf, was it?
No.
Because it undersped the Zacian, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's AV.
Yeah. It's like max HP Groudon too.
Right.
This is like where you don't have to worry about a Precious Blaze endgame.
Listen, you could be Scarf with max HP.
You could.
Okay, dumb question. Is missing 2 Precipice Blades less likely that... Never mind. That's not relevant. I was debating whether you're supposed to Precipice Blaze there anyways, but...
Blades twice versus getting crit.
Wait, what happened?
Of the 2.
You see how much damage the Behemoth Blade did to Groudon? It could have crit you maybe twice and it would have lived.
How did this... Did I miss something? Didn't Yuri win?
No, this was 1-1. He lost game 1.
Game 3.
I'm stupid.
Dude, their Team Rocket Brandon headphones on point.
Yuri's hair is on point, man. Look at that.
Dude, also his jacket.
He looks like a biker.
Yuri definitely wins best drip of the stream.
EUIC is the Coachella of VG.
Dude, I don't know if that's true. The guy Pokéraf played in round 4, the Kyurem white guy, was also very well dressed.
Wait, can you go back to him after this? I didn't see him yet.
I don't know if I can find it. And also I have to leave right after the set. But
damn it, I'll find it myself then.
Oh, so we see Blastoise now as the lead.
So, what will be the top 3 outfits? Yuri, Kyurem White Guy, and Arash?
Probably Arash, yeah. I thought Pokéraf was also very well dressed. He was just like a really nice sweater, and that's it. Just like very clean. But
nice. Rajan has the best outfit for the next regional.
Okay. I like this.
Nice.
Now you don't have to worry about Scary Face at all, or Eerie Impulse. And you just never have to worry about Weakness Policy either, right? You just don't proc it.
There could be a side proc.
Yeah, but...
I mean, he has Bulldoze Groudon, he has...
Oh, I guess Groudon just does live in attack, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's Helping Hand, that would be sick.
Helping Hand,
but I don't think there is.
Just KO the Sulg.
We didn't see
That'd be
what
sick.
berry, so maybe it's Assault Vest.
Okay.
Phantasm.
Okay.
Like, doesn't
Now-
what's it called? Zacian get to do its thing. Rillaboom also gets to do its thing.
Grassy Glide KOs Groudon from here. Yeah, it's a -1. And then, what do you do with Calyrex?
I think you can bring an instant though.
Yeah, but you don't want to necessarily Phantasm into a.
I mean, he's
Actually,
pretty
you might
fast.
just KO.
Oh, he's probably not faster. He has to be like 149 speed, right, or something.
Oh, Protect is cool. It's a very safe play. Guarantee yourself the Grassy Glide. Well, I don't know what Protect actually accomplishes. Just like stalls out the max, I guess.
But like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Now there's gonna be a Trick Room, right?
Yep. I guess that's just the way the team plays. You're just always trying to get the instant into the last turn of Dynamax to try to get a fake out Trick Room. Because I think I've seen that like basically every single game between Pato and Yuri.
You get the Wisp off. That be side proc the. Is it side proc the policy now?
Well, if you side proc, you might make things
No.
under speed.
Ensign just starts taking kills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the chances he brought his own Incineroar over Zacian?
I can't. Maybe he did that. I don't think it's likely.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, I really didn't like the bring in Rillaboom Protect play. That was the play that felt like you were wasting a turn when you didn't have a turn to waste.
Mm-hmm. And like the Incineroar would have been probably gone then. How much it survived on 12, and then got the grassy turn.
Mm-hmm. Like you could Phantasm and Sacred Sword that slot, and
like you still might lose to Groudon in the end game, but
I don't think so. I think that if you Phantasm and Sacred Sword that slot, you are either KOing the Incin, and you keep your Zacian alive because like it's a neutral Solgaleo, or you just basically KO all the partners, and they never get to do anything with it, even though your Rillaboom is not doing much back into Solg. You, I think, still have a Calyrex, or you have a Zacian.
Oh, you're saying you should have brought in Zacian instead of Rillaboom.
Right, and then just double the Groudon slot over and over again.
That makes sense.
I think that was what the winning line was. All right. So
It was very well done.
I have to run real soon, but to wrap things up, what were the teams that really stood out to you guys?
Round 7, Javier Valdez.
Those aren't 6, but yeah.
Round 6, Javier Valdez. That was it.
I think I agree. I think that was the standout team, and then the team that Yuri and Pato used was the other very cool team that did very well. And then Alice with Sableye was the other one. That was very cool.
I did like the Wolf Aaron
Marcus team.
Yeah,
I did like the Thunder Solgaleo team, and I liked the Wheezing Dialga team.
decisions about, but I did like those choices, like the Miracle Seed Rillo and the Burning Jealousy Ensign to compensate for some common issues with the team.
Yeah,
it kind of showed off a lot of like team building in Dynamax formats is about making minute adjustments to swing matchups by 5%.
Yep.
And I don't like that at all.
So, with all that being said, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. I am planning on doing this again tomorrow to rewatch day 2. Of course, I hope that many of you guys join me as well, both in call and who are watching on Twitch and on YouTube. Yeah. Any final words that you guys have?
You need to pull up the list of who made Top Cut.
Subscribe to CK49.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you aren't subscribed, make sure to subscribe. If you aren't following on Twitch, make sure to follow.
CK49 VGC. CK49 VGC.
Correct.
I believe the Twitter is CK49.
The Twitter is actually not CK49. It is Adisabra.
Wow.
But yeah.
I can see the confusion.
All right. Thank you all for watching. That's all for us today. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. And we are rating Moxie Boosted. So go say hi to him. And tell him your favorite team from EUIC.